Okay, why don't we get started? Um, Call the meeting to order. Uh, We have two new members on the board. There's Dr. Musiani from Texas Southern, and there's who she was a toxicologist. Now she's kind of a general criminalist in a way in her teaching. It's an inside thing. Okay. And
Did you say criminal?
well, they haven't proved it yet. So, and then there's Dr. Kessler from Texas A&M. He's an oral pathologist with experience in forensic odontology.
Do you all want to say anything or
Yes.
say hello?
Thank you. Glad to be here.
We're glad to have you.
Okay.
I love to be here. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Good to have you. So I think we'll have to let's roll on. Okay. The first thing is the review and adoption of the minutes from the January meeting. I'm sure everybody has read them. Does anyone want to make any comments? Does someone want to make a motion that we adopt it?
I'll move we adopt minutes.
Second. In favor? Unanimous. Okay. The second would be on the office administrative update, a discussion of the 14 budget.
Okay, so just if you go to tab 2 of your materials, we have revised the way that we're presenting our financial information to you because I was looking at the way we used to do it and I felt like it didn't provide enough information to commissioners about where we stand in the budget cycle, you know, how much more money we have, and what we're projecting to spend. So the main thing I wanted to highlight, we'll probably come back to the budget, especially when we get to the forensic development piece of our discussion, which is where most of our money will be heading. What I wanted to just let you know is that now we have our year-to-date expenses in the second column there to the right, then what we're projecting to spend, and finally, you know, what is remaining in our accounts right now. And this gives you a little bit better idea of the categories where we're directing most of our finances. And that way, when you're voting, you can sort of look back and say, okay, you know, what else do we have on the horizon? Is this something we really want to invest our money in? I think that it helps as a planning tool as you consider, you know, do we want to tackle a new area? For example, when we get to complaint screening, that's something that will be discussed. You know, when would we be able to do that? You know, right now, we're actually fairly well along in the fiscal year, but we do have some expenses coming up that we'll talk about when we get to forensic development. So I hope that that sort of reconfiguration of the budgetary information is helpful. And if you ever have any questions about the budgetary items, please let Lee and me know. It's a little bit fluid as we approach different training initiatives. Sometimes we'll budget for 10,000. Usually we over budget and then it comes in a bit under. Occasionally it'll come in a little bit higher than what we had expected, but typically it's not by too much. So we try to be conservative in our planning. Does anyone have any questions about it? Or?
I just wanted to see if you could add one more column since you've taken the trouble to redo it.
Sure.
And that's very good. Just percentage expenditure. If you can
Sure.
add the year-to-date and projected.
Percentage
when you
of
say
the
projected, are you saying we have decided to encumber that amount, or is it fluid still?
some of them are things that the commission has already voted to encumber. Some of them are encumbered because they have to be, such as, you know, our
Employee salaries.
copier, our salaries. I mean, I guess that could be adjusted anytime too, but the mailing and FedEx, those types of things we have to set aside because the university doesn't want us to come up at the end with no money encumbered. So we do that in a planning process with the dean's office of the Criminal Justice Division at Sam Houston. But then there are other items there, Dr. Pirwani, that have not yet been encumbered by the commission. One, so if you go to the second page of this budget status report, for example, the lab manager boot camp, that half of that money has already been expended because we did boot camp in Fort Worth, but the other half has not yet been expended. It's not going to happen until August in Houston at HPD. However, the commission has voted to allocate those funds. On the other hand, if you go down to the next couple of items, certification, the $30,000 in each of the UNT and Sam Houston, that's something that we'll be discussing today. So we've put that in the planned column in case the commission votes to go ahead with it, so you can see, but you haven't done that yet. I hope does that answer the question?
It does, yes, but it would be also good that if we are locking that line item, maybe we can identify that this is encumbered.
We could maybe put the numbers in different colors, for example. You know, encumbered is blue or encumbered is green and for consideration is blue, something like that. And we'll just put footnotes at the bottom so you can see which items are sort of what we're planning for and which ones are locked in. So we can make those two. So percentage of, when you say percentage expenditure of the total budget,
Yes,
okay,
for that particular line item.
right, okay, and then we'll color code for, and what we'll do is encumbered will include both things that we're required to encumber per university rules and things that the commission has already voted to expend.
Thank you.
Any other comments on the budget? Okay. All right.
Okay.
The next item, we wanted to talk about some information technology issues. We have been working with an IT firm that you all approved some time ago in order to improve the way that we manage documents. The commission's work is very document intensive because our complaints have a lot of exhibits, our reports have a lot of exhibits. All of the reviews that we do have many, many files. And so because we are remotely located from Sam Houston, it was never really practical to use their servers to manage our documents. So we were using Dropbox and have been using Dropbox, but Dropbox is not a very secure way of handling documents. And some of the documents the commission has are pretty sensitive in nature. They could involve pending criminal matters and so forth. We may have juvenile names, names of sexual assault victims, things like that. So Lee and I looked into what the options were, and our IT consultant has advised us to switch our documents over to a program called ShareFile. And what ShareFile does is it allows you to access the documents in a very similar way to Dropbox, except that when Lee sends you a link now, you will need to enter a password to access the documents, instead of you just click on the link and the files pop open.
Most lawyers do that.
Yeah, so what we'll be doing then is sort of transitioning all of you to ShareFile. What that entails is you'll get an email that will ask you to register, and then you'll have a username and you can pick your own password. You'll just have to, record it somewhere so that you know, okay, when it's time to access my commission documents, I need to enter this password. That will be happening for our next meeting. We didn't want to move you to it right yet because we want to give you some time, to get used to it. But that's something that we'll be transitioning to, so there's a heads up for everyone. Does anyone have questions about that? Or it should be pretty easy, and if there are any technical glitches, Lee and I hopefully will have worked those out before you get the link. We have someone in our IT consultant group who is acting as our commissioner, who's basically pretending as if he is on the receiving end of these documents so he can tell us what he sees, and so we'll practice before we send them to you. But it gives us a lot more faith that the documents that we're distributing are controlled, and also that they're tracked. So they can always tell, you know, Dr. Bernard accessed the documents at this address in Dallas at this point, you know, and that way we know if there's ever any security breach, they'll be able to track where that came from. Okay? Makes sense? So the next thing is that we are very excited. We have a new website, which is up there. Do you want me to? Yeah, you want to click through it. So we invested some funds that you all gave us to develop this site, and it just became live. So there are some small things that we're working with the site developer about. But the main thing is that, you know, we wanted a site that was much more clear and where the public can access things more easily, and where we can do updating. Because up until now, every time we want to update our site, we send an email to Sam Houston State University to a student worker who sometimes is there and sometimes isn't, and then when he gets back to his desk, he makes the update. And so that's not a very efficient way to do things. So one of the main things that we're happy about is we have a very accessible live feed of the meeting. So if you're a member of the public, you could just click on there. The agendas, you know, are right there, and I guess that's me pointing at the screen. But we can shut that off. But the point is that, you know, members of the public can watch. And I do think there are a number of people, especially folks in crime labs, who can't or don't necessarily want to leave their office for the day and drive to Austin, but they can still see what's happening with the commission. So if you go, the home is pretty obvious, it just takes you back to the start. The about section right there. So if you go to members, we have all of you listed here. Now, if you would take a look at your bios at some point when you have a chance, and just let us know if there's anything about the bio that you'd like to update, and we'd be happy to do that for you. The other thing is, you might recall that these photos we took, the governor's photographer came to our meeting once and took these live action shots of each of you. If you would prefer to have a headshot that you already have, we'd be happy to replace these photos with your headshot. So just let us know. If you can send us the file, we can have the web developer make those changes. If you would go back. So just take a look at your page. The other items that are on here, you know, we have a staff section, which is self-explanatory. We have a description of the committees, our annual reports are posted. We have links to the accredited laboratories, you know, so that people can see which labs are accredited by the Department of Public Safety, and then links to all of our policies and procedures. Would you click on that for a second? So this is everything dating back to the original time when the policies and procedures were adopted in Harlingen, and then every subsequent revision, so people can see how the policies and procedures have developed. If you go to meetings, it takes you, you know, to the live feed, and then back to the meetings that have occurred in the past. For the ones that we have recorded, people can watch the live feed, well, not the live feed, but the recorded version of the video. So if they want to see what happened at, you know, at our meeting back in January, they can do that. And then for conferences, it takes everybody to the stakeholder roundtables and the conferences that we did with the Criminal Justice Integrity Unit. So we'll continue to add conference information to this page. Resources, we have legislation, some presentations. Not all of our presentations are up yet, but we're working on getting those up. We have our white papers, a link to the NAS report. For cases, we have reports that the commission has issued, the discipline-specific review, so that's hair microscopy, which we'll talk about in a little bit. We have our investigative panels there. Would you click on complaint form, Lee, please? gives the public an option either to submit a complaint using PDF. And the reason we have that there is because not all of our complainants have access to the internet for obvious reasons. So some of them will print out a copy and hand fill out the complaint. We want to make sure that they are able to do that and get it to us. But for folks that do have access to the internet, they can use the fillable form, and all of this goes directly to Lee's email address, and then she puts it through our process for adding it to the complaint screening agenda and so forth. They can attach exhibits down there at the bottom, and there's a digital signature and verification. The same thing is true for laboratory self-disclosures. We have a tab for that too. And then moving over to, we have some frequently asked questions. How do I file a complaint? What is the commission? Who can I contact for help? A little bit about Texas law with respect to accreditation. We have a contact form, and then all of these bars are designed so that when people come to the main page, the most common things that people are looking for with the commission are right there, and they've got a button that they can press without having to navigate the bar up at the top. So those are all of the new, that's the new organization of our website. We'll be adding things to it as we go along, but we wanted to show it to you so that you could see what we've been working on. We hope that it'll be user-friendly for the public. We know that the live feed has gotten really good feedback from folks, so we're happy about that. We think it's an investment that's been well worth it for public transparency. So does anybody have questions about the site?
Just a
Feedback?
comment, it's
Sure.
very friendly, it looks very good, good work, Lynn. The only question I had was that, do we have a webmaster, are you a webmaster? When we change and add things, are we going to outsource it, or are you going to do that, or leave?
So we have a consultant that developed the site for us. For right now, they're making the changes, but they're working on a manual, and that manual will allow us to do the updates ourselves. Particularly complex issues, we can use them, and they'll just bill us on a, item by item sort of basis. But I think that the idea is that they're going to transition us so that we can manage the site ourselves. Especially for simple content, we want to be able to do that.
Does it have a calendar that tells us how many people are visiting the site?
That's an interesting question. It doesn't that I know of, but we should ask them.
That could be useful information. It is, I agree, it's a very good site, but that would tell us whether or not the public actually has found it and is making use of it. And I don't think that's very difficult to do, to add a counter to it.
I know that they have done what's called Google optimization for us, where they use certain terms to sort of propel the site to the top. When you search for like forensic in Texas, it comes there. If you search, I think we put all the commissioners' names, so if they search, for Nissan Pirwani, one of the things that will come up will be the Forensic Science Commission. So, and then there are a bunch of other terms that we, negligence, misconduct, forensic, commission, a number of other things that they've used. But I think a counter would be great, so we should add that.
Maybe we can add a PayPal and they can donate money to us. Just kidding, all right?
So there you have it, and I hope that you all like the site. We're pretty happy with it, and we'll keep working on it. It's nice to have a dedicated sort of place that we can go where they're really expert at doing these things. But we're happy with it, and if you notice anything about it that you like or don't like, feel free to send us a note, and we'll make those revisions. Okay, so counter. Now, Richard, did you want to have the counter running at the bottom where it says, 1,500,000 people have visited the commission website?
Well, again, from the public standpoint, even from the media standpoint, if it does have a lot of visits,
there's no downside to having it visible. It doesn't have to be big.
The other thing about the camera is that there are cameras that can tell you exactly where the access is, or they can identify what state they're in.
Well, it might be interesting to know how much, since we are rather unique in the country, whether or not we are getting stuff from.
International,
Yeah.
Yeah.
they identify by state within USA what country the request come in the
Okay. That's really interesting information.
Yeah, so it could be, again,
It doesn't have to be on the website, but you can print out.
Yeah, they'll send you like a little report or something.
Yeah, because we've actually got out-of-state reports.
because there are, I mean, I think we're gonna see is, because I know we've seen this with our own local office site, is when there are big issues or big cases, the site jumps. We go from 20 visitors to 20,000 visitors.
Right.
And so,
Really quickly.
yeah.
It would be interesting to know that information. Okay. So we talked about share file, the budget, the website. The new complaint forms are up and rolling. People are using them now, so that's good. Lee, do you want to talk about distribution of the complaint form in the prisoner's handbook?
Sure. So I got in touch with Rudolph Brothers, who is the director at the State Council for Offenders, and I had a great conversation with him, and he told me that next time they are working on publishing their prisoner handbook, which is in all of the prison libraries in Texas, that he would definitely include a copy of our complaint form. And I think towards the end of the year, this year, they published the 2015 handbook, and so we can definitely distribute our complaint form that way.
And I think you had requested that, Richard, to inquire.
So what percentage of prisoners can read and write in Texas?
I don't know. Does anyone in the
So is
audience know that?
So
What percentage of prisoners can read and write, do you think?
because if we have a prison radio also, you know that.
Yes.
Well, part of the problem is define read and write,
Yeah.
you know.
That's precisely what
But, and because most people will not admit that they can't read.
Well, look, you can't really tell because a lot of, we get a lot of mail that's clearly done by somebody else.
Right.
There's a thriving industry in the penitentiary, people who can read and write, getting commissary payments for people who can't. So, I don't know.
The reason I ask is that we had the same issue when we were looking at those fire deaths in Texas, and one of the issues that came up was that we have not a very large percentage of people who can read and write. And so we were using, with the help of Innocent Project, the radio, the prison radio, to disseminate the information, because the objective is to make
Get it
them
out.
aware of their rights, right?
Yeah.
So prison radio is a good source as a, of course, the handbook is a great idea, but we should add to that also prison radio if we can.
There's been some studies by the feds on prisoners and makeup and such, like, it's something unbelievable. 40% of the prisoners in prison have mental disease, and which is, you look at that figure and you say, that's unbelievable, 40%. And I'm sure somebody's done a reading and writing thing. You can get it on the internet.
I presume that the handbook's translated for the major languages, that we have a Spanish version of the handbook.
I'm not sure.
Because that's, I mean, certainly, I think the very minimal is Spanish version.
Correct, yes.
So we should do
I
a
would be
Spanish
surprised.
translation of our
Website.
complaint form.
Yes.
I don't, the whole website.
And probably whole website.
And that's right, because then you can,
You know that you can
That's-
switch
That's
languages
not,
at the website.
yeah, they do it
Uh,
very often.
yeah.
Very often it's easy,
But
it's not
may I
that
make a
easy.
suggestion? That we make sure that our translation is really in acceptable Spanish, and, just substituting Spanish words doesn't always go with it.
Yes.
So can we start with translating the complaint forms first, and then we'll give you a
Right.
report on what it will take to translate the whole site at the next meeting?
You can ask your web developer, because
right.
they have programs that
Yeah.
automatically translate into correct
No, yeah.
Spanish.
But that's the problem, that's the problem.
And somebody's gonna read it before we make it a law.
Yeah, but I mean, the feds have done that, and it's turned out into disasters, especially since you have to understand a word in Spanish in one country has sometimes a very different meaning in another country and could get you killed.
And of course, one of the things is we translate the complaint form into Spanish, then we are more likely to get Spanish writing complaints submitted.
We'll have to have
Which we'll have to
translated.
have someone translate for us, and then we're gonna, which could be challenging depending on the level of fluency and proficiency they have with their own language.
Well, I mean, I speak Spanish, my husband's Mexican, and we speak Spanish at home. So I can read and translate for you what's on them, but I don't feel comfortable doing written translations from Spanish to English necessarily, because I think it's really something that people with real expertise in how to do translation should do. I mean, I would like to respect that.
Tell me, you are a general counsel. In Texas, English is the legal language for the legal system, right? For the courts,
For the courts,
yes.
yeah.
And we would be in the domain of the legal system, right? So our communication should be in English, except that we are trying to help the prisoners who are Spanish in origin to file their complaints, but we want the communications all to be in English, because that's what is expected of us in Texas, right?
But even in the criminal court system, I mean,
They have translators.
We have translators, and so the ultimate record is always gonna be in English, but again, we're just talking about, I think where the key is accessibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the forms, I can't see any problems with having the forms in Spanish, you know.
Yeah, I think, why don't we take as a first step getting the forms into Spanish, and then
That's-
we'll talk about getting the website, and
I'm sure
we'll,
we'll have challenges to go forward.
right, and we'll just keep revisiting the issue each time. I mean, I don't see us necessarily getting a flood of Spanish language communications, but if we do, then we'll just have to decide how to deal with it, you know?
See forums all the time that are primarily in English, but they have Spanish in parentheses or,
Yeah.
underneath, so that someone that speaks Spanish can use the same form as someone that speaks English. That might be another option.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll work on it for sure. Judge Hervey?
You can get one of the consulate people to help you
With the
properly translate appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
We also operate a website for the Department of Justice, and there are translation services. They can translate 40, 50 or more different languages, and essentially you just call a number, and they tie into the phone call.
Well, that's
So
interesting.
that's also available, and it's pretty reasonable, the price. I can tell you who we use.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know we use a service that does that.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, so we'll work on that. And then the final thing I wanted to talk to you all about was to get your permission to bring on an intern this summer. And my vision for the intern is, we have this hair microscopy review, and it's going to require some real maintenance of case files. And by that I mean making sure that the files that we receive from the laboratories have appropriate tracking. So as we go along and talk about the hair review, you'll see that we have a flow chart of steps that the review team is going to go through. And in order to be able to do this effectively, I need to understand where in the process each case is. So how many of the steps have been completed? Has the lab turned over the conclusion that's in the report? Have they provided a copy of the report? Have they, has IPOT made its determination on materiality or not yet? You know, where are we in the process? So there is a young man who has been brought to my attention who's just an outstanding student at one of the schools here in Austin. He's a about to start college. He's doing an internship for the Howard County District Attorney's Office right now, actually, which is why he's not here. But I would like to be able to bring him on for about 8 weeks to work on that piece of the project and to help us really make sure we have a solid management system for that project. He has agreed to do the internship free of cost. I would like your permission, if our budget allows for it at the time that we bring him on, to give him a small stipend that would be equivalent to what Sam Houston students get paid in the summer for doing this type of work. But that would only be if the budget allows for it when we bring him on. So that's my thought. I think it'll be really helpful. It'll be a good experience for him, as well as for our office to get an extra hand on that's just dedicated to that project. His name is Esteban Serrano, and he's just an outstanding student. He's a first-generation college. He will be a first-generation college grad, and I think it'd be a great experience if that's okay with you all. We may do a more formal internship process in subsequent summers if this one works out well. But I think for this, we'll try it this summer, see how it goes, and then maybe we'll do an application process and the whole thing for subsequent summers.
That is a great idea. What kind of stipend are you looking at?
I think students at SAM get paid something like $8 or $9 an hour. I think he'd probably come in about 30 hours a week for 8 weeks. So it'd be somewhere around 2,000 to 2,500, somewhere in that area.
Do you need a motion on that? I make the motion that we support having an intern for the legal staff for the hair microscopy, and the budget allows for a stipend that would be equivalent to that which is paid to students at Sam Houston.
Someone second it?
Second.
Vote? Unanimous.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, then I think we'll go on to the update on the Attorney General opinion request. No, wait a minute. No. We skipped. one. Let's go back. The complete, okay, the report on the screening committee.
All right. The Complaint Screening Committee met this morning at 8:02 and adjourned at 8:57. And we had 2 complaints that were left over from 2013, which we'll address first off, and then there were 5 new complaints. In addition, we received a letter from the Texas Board of Nursing. This was a case involving an individual, Ms. Roberts, from Texoma Medical Center, and they completed their investigation, the Texas Board of Nursing, and they found no sanctions were necessary from them. All righty. So the first 2 complaints were left over from 2013. First is complaint number 1307. This is a case involving the DPS, the Garland Lab, a controlled substance case. And the defendant complainant was an Iran J. Hawkins. He was convicted of 2 counts of delivery of a controlled substance. These were essentially drug buys. And essentially what the complainant alleged that there was some initial problems relative to the case. The first time he essentially filed the case, there was no allegation of negligence or malfeasance towards the crime lab. He then essentially modified his complaint, and what he was, the confusion appears to be based upon the fact that this case actually took several years for it to go to court. Originally it was from 2008, and it didn't go to court till 2011. During this period of time, the original forensic examiner was a woman named Kay Davis, and there were two separate drug buys, and she actually was involved in one of them where she had weighed out the evidence, and a second where a second analyst, Mr. Youngkin, was involved, and in the interim, she had left and he came in and weighed the evidence in the second case, and he had to go back and weigh the evidence in the first case. That seemed to be where the confusion arose, that the complainant didn't recognize that there were two separate examiners in the case, and that essentially Mr. Youngkin had reweighed the evidence in the first case as well as the second case, and then testified. And the complaint screening committee is recommending that we dismiss this case, that we couldn't find any allegations of malfeasance or negligence, and there didn't appear to be anything specific against the DNA, the drug testing.
Any questions? Someone wants to make a motion to dismiss?
There should be deliberation at the.
Okay, well, I've
Sorry.
asked them. No
Somebody
one
say
wants-
I
something.
had a question for our expert in this drug area, Richard. What is the weight permissible for people to have? Zero, right? The Schedule I drug.
Right.
Cocaine. So the weight is not an issue, right?
Well, no, there's always going to be, the weight's going to affect the range of punishment that you're going to be facing on it. If you have, I mean, there's.
As far as guilty or innocent is relevant, right? How much you
Yeah,
had.
how much you have is going to have a big difference on how long you stay.
Punishment.
Yes, punishment.
Guilty, innocent.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, I guess technically anything above zero is, but when we get into trace amounts, then you might get into the instrumentation and all that, so.
But he really had 4 grams or 4.1 or what?
That's certainly
That's the
based on
next
what I
case.
reviewed, yeah.
That-
No,
that's
that's,
the next
you're
one.
looking at the next one.
No, you're looking at the next case.
Right, the 4.0.
Yeah, you skipped.
Okay.
So in this case, he's challenging the entire analysis, and so there were 2 buys, and in one of the buys, Youngkin does the testing originally, and in the other buy, Kay Davis does the testing. Then 3 years pass. They don't do anything with the case. By the time they go around to convicting him, Kay Davis has retired, and so Youngkin takes both exhibits. He has to retest the one that Kay Davis had done, because in order to testify, he has to
So
have
he
been the
analyzed
analyst.
all the samples.
Right, so he analyzed both in the end. And what I think Mr. Hawkins is confused about is he's seeing lab reports from the first initial testing. He thought Kay Davis tested that entire range of exhibits, and the fact that Youngkin's initials are on those reports means that there was some backdating of forensic reports, but that's not the case. He
Right.
misunderstands the fact that Youngkin did one of the controlled buys and Kay Davis did the other controlled buy.
Right, he's saying that Youngkin testified that he did the first analysis, and he did do the first analysis, but only on one.
Right,
And he's just projecting it onto the other, and he doesn't realize that there were 2 analyses on 2 different specimens.
exactly.
But he did analyze both of them.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
in the end, yes,
And testified as
testified
to
to
the
both.
results.
right,
Is that sufficient deliberation?
okay.
Yes. Based
A
on that.
a motion to,
Make a motion.
is there a motion to dismiss this?
Dr. Perlon just made.
He just made that.
Okay,
Second.
well, that's second, okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Vote? Unanimous, okay. Next one is Dr. Pirwani's case.
The weight case, all right.
All right, so this is case 13-08, which again is another drug case in which the weight of the evidence became in question. The complainant is a Che Patrice Hutchinson, and he originally a delivery of a controlled substance, and where he pled guilty and was sentenced to 50 years in jail in Brown County, Texas. And now he's actually disputing the weight of the evidence in his particular case. It was a case in which methamphetamines was discovered, and essentially the challenge appears to be against the weight. There was some confusion originally whether or not the weighting was done before or after. They said it was done at the field, and then the individual who testified corrected that. But we have documentation that shows the policy, the procedures of the weighing of the sample, and that the samples are weighed minus the packaging. That is their standard practice. They gave us copies of their standard practice. We have documentation of the weight before and after. This particular methamphetamines was weighed in at 4.09 grams, which is above the cutoff of 4-gram cutoff for sentencing. And we had clear indication that originally with the packaging it was approximately 4.5 grams. Without the packaging it was 4.09, and then subsequent to the analysis it was slightly less. They used about 0.11 gram, but I think it was fairly clear once we went through all the evidence that there really wasn't a discrepancy, and essentially the panel recommended that we dismiss this complaint.
Does anyone have any questions? Anyone want to make comments?
Well, I think it was a little bit confusing initially when we're trying to determine whether, was this with a single bag with 2 smaller bags inside, and then was the weight of the 4.09 actually with 2 small bags, and so then that would be relevant if the weight of those bags were then included. But once you went through the information, and then there's testimony that even though it's not listed in the report that it's without, that it was without the bags, that's their standard protocol.
Right.
But testimony indicated it was without the bags, is 4.09, and then after it was tested, it was less. So, if they followed protocol and the testimony was accurate, then it still was over 4 grams.
So the cutoff is 4 grams, right?
Right.
Yes.
So if somebody checked the calibration records?
Yes, the
Yes.
calibration records were in here, and calibrated fine.
Does anyone want to make a motion to dismiss?
I move we dismiss.
Second?
Second.
Vote? Aye, unanimous.
Okay, so that takes care of the remaining cases from 2013. So we now have 5 new cases that we've received so far. Case 14.1 is a case involving the Bell County DA's office. This was a case of the complainant is George R. Powell, who was convicted of aggravated robbery and given a sentence of 28 years in prison. The case took place in 2008, so it is after the effective date of our bill. Now, in this particular case, the Bell County DA's office actually sort of outsourced the digital evidence to a group called Knox and Associates, who is not a DPS accredited crime laboratory. And as such, under the old statute, we did not have jurisdiction, but with the new statute that was passed, we can review this case and in terms of potentially providing some information in terms of the integrity, reliability of the forensic analysis, and recommending best practices. This is a case that, I think when we looked into it, it may involve that request to actually look at this case. But for now, we only received, so in this particular case, Bell County outsourced some of the work to Knox and Associates. A separate group was hired by the defendant, and the defendant's group actually contradicted the report provided through Knox and Associates. So we have two groups who looked at similar evidence and came up with two different conclusions. We did not receive a copy of any of the reports from Knox and Associates, then alleged as to the conclusions of the report, and we're recommending that we reach out to the Bell County DA's office for all the reports and the trial transcripts if available, and to see how the testimony was used in this particular case. And then, once we have that information, we can go back and re-review and determine if it is a case that we want, that the commission feels as though we need to look at. So that's the recommendation.
This is a brand new territory, I think it's interesting. I think we should do that.
It involves voice recognition. The evidence was a video of him entering the establishment and then essentially committing the aggravated robbery. There was questions as to the height of the individual. It was reported by Knox and Associates that the individual who committed the crime was over 6'1", and Mr. Powell was, it says here, he was 6'3" tall. Knox and Associates, the other group headed by Herbert Joe, indicated that based upon their measurements, the individual was about 5'7" to 5'8", and therefore could not have been Mr. Powell. And so there was disagreement as opposed to the height, and also whether or not the voice matched that of the defendant.
Was it the sole basis for the,
We really don't know as
That was a question.
That's why we
we
are
want to try
requesting
and
the
get the
records.
transcripts and see how the information was used.
We, this is going to be something that will probably come up more frequently, and so even if this is informational for us, we felt that it was worthwhile to get further information and at least to kind of have some background for the future as these issues are brought up, that we may very well extend into looking at some of these.
And we may reach out to other expertise relative to digital evidence that we may have available to us to try and get some independent assessment of the evidence.
And one of the points that has come up at the National Commission on Forensic Science is that digital evidence should be one of the areas that that commission considers, and that they need to look into standards. Another thing that's come up at the TACLID meeting, there is a member of the TACLID who does digital evidence only in private practice. His firm is accredited, so there is accreditation available. However, Texas law does not require people who do digital evidence to be accredited, and so he has asked. I'm not sure if it's ASCLD Lab that does it, but I know that DPS has them. Well, actually, DPS wouldn't, because they're not required to keep accreditation for that discipline. I'm not sure who accredits them. I don't know if it's ASCLD Lab or somebody else, but it's ASCLD. Okay. So that firm has asked repeatedly, okay, DPS, are you going to take digital evidence off the exemption list, because we're accredited and we can tell you that there's a wide range of quality in terms of the digital evidence forensic work that's done out there. Shouldn't other people in this field also be accredited? And so this is one of those disciplines where there is really a lot of discussion about, okay, we need to look at this area. So that was one of the reasons I think the committee wanted to get more information so that we can have a better understanding of how central the digital evidence was in this case and so forth.
Great idea, we should approve it.
Art, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, so the recommendation of the complaint screening committee is that we contact the Bell County DA's office for additional information. We get the complete reports from there. Knox and Associates, we have a report from the defendant's advisor, Herbert Joe, giving opposing evidence, and then we try and find out if it went to court, and if there were actual trial transcripts. We review those transcripts and then make the determination if we want to look at an outside digital evidence specialist.
That's a pretty long motion. Can you make it short?
Sure. We recommend that we reach out to the Bell County DA's office for additional information, including transcripts.
I second that.
Votes? Okay, unanimous? Aye.
All right. The next case is 14-2. It's essentially, the complainant is Alonzo Diego Fuller, and this is against the Bear County Forensic Center. And this individual was convicted of aggravated assault and sentenced to 99 years in prison in March of 2004. And essentially, he was essentially based upon what is alleged to be DNA evidence originally performed by Fred Zane, who probably did not actually do DNA work back then. But essentially, this case is from 85.
No, that's the other one. This one's
Okay.
91 or something, right?
91.
Yeah.
Yeah, 91.
So, I'm sorry. So this particular case, the individual is asking for a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act request, to try and get documentation about any DNA testing that may have been done as part of his conviction. And to date, they have not been able to obtain the information. And the suggestion from the Complaint Screening Committee is that perhaps we get this individual or in touch with the Innocence Project or a defense attorney. Apparently, Bear County cannot turn over their records to essentially an individual that's incarcerated directly. And in order to help him get the records, we make a recommendation that we get the assistance of the Innocence Project to work with him.
We'll likely do that, or at least we'll do that.
Okay.
We'll step it up.
So you, okay, what?
Okay.
Making a recommendation?
Yes.
so- Okay,
So
any,
just for the record, I guess Dr. DeMaio is going to recuse himself.
right.
Yeah. So maybe Dr. Eisenberg should run this voting.
Okay, so the recommendation is that we ask the Commission General Counsel to reach out to the Innocence Project and try and get their help for this defendant in obtaining records about any DNA testing that might have been performed in this case.
Also move.
Someone's got to second him.
All of them.
Dr. Mosiani seconded
She
it.
seconded
Albert made the motion. So now we just need a vote.
it.
Okay.
Chef Blackburn to rescue again.
All right. So the next case is 14-3. This is an interesting case. The complainant is Philippe Padu. He was convicted of aggravated sexual assault and sentenced to 45 years in prison on July 9th of 2009. This case involves DNA testing, but not traditional DNA testing as most of us do it relative to forensic cases. Mr. Padu has HIV, and essentially what happened was he was accused of having sexual contact with at least 9 women and infecting them. And the testing that was done by Baylor College of Medicine, the Human Genome Sequencing Lab. And essentially what they did was they tried to show the relatedness of his HIV virus to that of the women who he allegedly infected. This is not standard testing. In this particular case, there was some perhaps erroneous information that was originally in the background facts, is that it said that the DPS had given Baylor College of Medicine sort of they extended the same type of DNA testing qualifications to them. And in fact, as it turned out, it appears as though in this particular case, they did not openly extend them the qualifications, that this has been done in the past, and they had it. And so that the question really is whether or not this is legitimate type of DNA testing. This involves the sequencing of the RNA virus, the HIV virus, and then they tested a number of genes. One of the genes was the reverse transcriptase gene, and the other is the gene coding for the envelope protein. And essentially what their results had showed is a strong similarity between the virus that he had and the virus that some of his alleged individuals that he had sex with, and that he was the source of the virus. That was essentially the type of DNA testing, is that he...
Do we know about this, their rate of error, their specificity, sensitivity of the testing? Do we know, are there any published data for us to fall back on?
There's...
They're just saying this is what it is.
Right. And essentially it involves a lot of statistical analysis. They did phylogenetic analysis to show relatedness of his virus to the virus, presumably in some of these women. There was no statistical analysis, although this is something that's fairly routinely done, but there was no information provided relative to
So we
that.
don't know what is false positive, false negative,
No.
rate of error. We have no information whatsoever about all those issues that are very germane to bringing a scientific evidence in trial.
Yes.
So it's just their opinion, this is what
Right.
it is.
So no, there was no information provided. Certainly, most of the information that was provided was through the defendant, and he felt as though this type of testing was inappropriate, and there should not be any, essentially what he's looking for is it to be thrown out.
I think we should look into it.
Of course, this is not done in an accredited laboratory,
Right.
so technically it's,
Well, to be clear, right,
right.
to be clear about the legal posture of it before the commission, this particular type of testing is exempt under the accreditation rules because it pertains to virus identification. I wrote in your memo that Baylor had received an exemption from DPS to perform the testing. That's actually not accurate. I talked to Pat Johnson later. It's the discipline itself that's exempt, not Baylor as an entity. So that is how they were able to introduce the evidence without the work having been done in an accredited crime laboratory. So if the commission were to look into this, it would be to look into it to determine whether this type of forensic discipline, the type of testing and scientific work that was done, whether the commission has any comment it would like to make about the integrity and reliability of it, or whether there are best practices or other recommendations when this type of testing is introduced into
Was
evidence.
this test the sole basis for his conviction?
We don't know.
Well,
We don't know, but from the research that I did, the limited research, I don't think so. I think it was the testimony of the women.
how many
the
women? 9
victims,
women or something?
At least.
Yeah,
Yes.
at least 9 women he was alleged to have.
But this was part of the record.
I think this is a new frontier, and I think we should look into it just for our learning process.
Well,
It's a-
originally, the commission felt as though, well, we should dismiss it. It is a test that, I don't think this is the first precedent case in which the testing of the virus has been used to try and link an individual to the transmission. They compared the sequences of his virus to that's normally found in GenBank, and they were less related to anything in GenBank as compared to the other samples that they had tested, which presumably came from some of his victims.
The-
Uh,
Yeah.
The
I'm
virus
sorry.
certainly mutates, so this is not a case of matching his virus.
That's my major concern.
Yeah.
Right, but
But
this,
if it's not the sole basis for conviction, it's a different issue.
no. But also the other thing is that this type of testing is done by public health authorities fairly routinely when they try to trace down the source of HIV, the HIV, well, the source of the HIV infection that has spread through the community. And,
But the health department has very different legal standards, standards compared to the legal community. But
I'm going to disagree. I agreed with the dismissal,
yeah,
because I do think that this is going to be, our ability to interpret anything regarding it is going to be somewhat difficult, and I think that, again, they're exempt anyway.
right.
So I'm going to stick with what I originally felt.
under the new law, does it give us the right to look into this?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'll go with what majority wants.
I have a question, Dr. Eisenberg. Did they, with this HIV, was it that this person has HIV, or
He-
they were just yes or no? They weren't tracing that he gave that,
no,
this is same virus from that.
Yeah,
That's
he has
correct? I just wanted
he
to
has
be sure.
HIV.
That's all the question
And
was, he has HIV.
The question
or not.
was, did he knowingly have the HIV, pass it to up to, at least 9 women?
I think his HIV status is not in question.
Right.
So,
Right.
It's whether the
Infected.
women who ended up with the HIV virus in Collin County were infected by
By him.
him.
and the Baylor cannot say that. That's not yes or no for
No.
Baylor. Baylor
No.
only
They said
could
phylogenetically.
say he has HIV.
Right.
So
Well, what they,
the rest of them is coming in the court and nothing to do with the testing that we can look at.
No,
it.
what they're
That's what I'm
saying
just
is that the HIV virus in the women has characteristics similar
To his.
to those
Right.
in
And more
him.
similar to him than to
than to
any
any other
Right.
HIV in the
But
community.
because
Essentially,
the
the challenge is a
mutations-
legal one.
Yes.
The challenge is not
No, it's
against,
not testing.
they're
Right,
naming Baylor, because they did the work. But the challenge was the legal
Exactly.
acceptance of this test.
That's,
and, yeah.
Does the commission have an expectation that we will see increasing incidences of this? I mean, if we're going to devote resources to it because we're going to see it more often, then it might be something to look into. But if this is a one-off, then maybe
Yeah.
it's not worth our doing.
That's,
That was part of the discussion,
Yeah,
was that
that-
if this recurs again, we may be, my feeling was then it is probably worth looking at. But again, with this being kind of a unique circumstance, I
Right.
didn't think it was worth the resources.
So at this
being
point, it
expended.
appears to be a one-off.
right.
Yes.
I don't believe we've ever seen another complaint relative to
Yeah.
comparing
Yeah.
the
First
age.
one.
Right.
Yeah, this technique is mostly used by public health people in tracing the spread through a community.
So it may be, there may be a debate, but I'm going to move, my recommendation or my move is that we dismiss it.
that's
Second?
seconded.
Okay, okay, we have a second. I'll vote for aye.
Aye.
Nay, 1 nay. Dr. Pirro.
Okay, so the fourth case that we have before the commission is, the complainant is Theodore Levy, and this is a civil complaint. The complainant is alleging inaccuracy in testimony by orthopedic surgeons as they essentially reported some of the injuries that his wife had inflicted. So the person who he essentially, the aggravated sexual assault was his now ex-wife. And essentially, his complaint is probably a civil one in which he feels as though the orthopedic surgeons perhaps exaggerated his wife's injuries. And as such, it does not fall under the our jurisdiction, and the commission felt as though it should be, the committee felt as though this complaint should be dismissed.
Any discussion on this?
I will say that the complainant contacted the Innocence Project of Texas for a request for representation, and in discussions with them, they didn't see a criminal case in his complaint. So I reached out to them, and do you have anything else to add?
No, no criminal case. Yeah, he's angry because of the way it turned out, so.
Okay. Someone want to make a motion to dismiss?
The motion is that the commission dismisses this complaint that does not fall under our jurisdiction. It's more of a civil matter, and it doesn't doesn't involve any forensic science discipline. He just did not like the report of the orthopedic surgeon.
Second, anyone? Second. Vote aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Is it appropriate for us to recommend that such complaints be directed to the state board of health and sanitation? I mean, that's the right venue. So as a public service, we are a government entity. We can deal with that.
Yeah, we've done that in the past.
That's who we said.
Oh, it's been sent to him.
Sorry, yeah, we just sent them the board that.
Okay. Okay, next.
Okay, the last case we have before the commission is 14-5, and this is another potential DNA case involving Bear County Crime Laboratory. The complainant is a Mr. Dempsey Lee Leon Sutton, and he was convicted of aggravated sexual assault and sentenced to 35 years in prison. The conviction was in February 19th, 1985 in Bear County. So certainly this case predates the statute that we fall under. However, it also could be one of the earliest DNA cases that could have occurred in Texas, and we recommended that we work with the Innocence Project of Texas. We refer this case to them and see if they can work specifically with Mr. Sutton. Again, this was the case that I started talking about previously, in which the Bear County, because of some of the jurisdictional issues, they can't simply provide a FOIA request to a convict, and that perhaps they can provide it to someone representing Mr. Sutton, and as such, we feel as though perhaps if the Innocence Project of Texas was to get involved, they can help Mr. Sutton in his request. But this case falls outside the time frame for this commission. DPS is an accredited laboratory and does have jurisdiction over DNA analysis, but this DNA analysis probably predates any of their records. So the recommendation is that we try and refer to the Innocence Project of Texas to see if they can help Mr. Sutton.
I just wanted to add something, which is the complaint itself was really hard to understand. It's handwritten, and so I reached out to the attorney that he listed on the complaint. That attorney handled the post-conviction request for DNA testing. But what he told me was that his recollection is that there was no biological material to test. And he didn't have an affidavit in front of him saying that or anything, but that was to the best of his recollection. He's not complaining about negligence or misconduct at the crime lab. He's just asking for DNA testing. From what we understand from the lawyer, there is no evidence left to retest, but we can refer him to IPOT. I don't know that IPOT's going to be able to do anything else for him beyond what his defense attorney has already done, so I'm not even sure that it's worth doing that, frankly. I think the attorney represented his recollection of what was done, and if there's no evidence there's no evidence, I mean,
Is it the same guy with 1 zillion% not guilty?
yes.
Yes, and basically, as Lynn had indicated, this was a very difficult complaint to read. Essentially, the only thing that we really can make out of it, he says, "I'm not guilty." He's professing his innocence. There's no formal complaint against Bear County and any forensic discipline, including DNA. It's just he's saying he didn't do it.
This is the one with the,
Yes. You counted the zeros, I gave up.
so, we can certainly show this to the folks at IPOT, but I think the bottom line is that, you know, if there's no biological material left, they already tried to do a post-conviction testing motion, but if you all want to look at it.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. I mean, we should verify that.
Mhm.
Because a lot of these start even in Dallas with there's no material to test, and then you ask a few questions, we've done this in Harris County too, and all of a sudden, I'm sure Bob will agree with me, they check a little bit more closely, and turns out there is some material to test. So it's worth a letter too. We'll follow up on it, that's what we do.
Thank you.
So do you want to make a motion then?
The motion is that we ask that the Innocence Project of Texas take a look at this case and see if there's anything to retest or if they can help they can help this individual.
Dr. DeMaio again
Right.
excuses himself.
Second that.
Vote?
You can't,
I'm not voting.
but you can't, you
run
can't run the meeting while
Okay,
you're recusing
okay,
yourself.
Okay.
So, Dr. Eisenberg,
Yes, I voted.
Say vote.
He called for a vote.
Yes.
All
okay,
right.
so who made the motion?
He did.
I
Okay,
made the
can we
motion.
start over and somebody
sure.
other than Dr. Eisenberg make the motion and somebody other than Dr. Eisenberg second it and DeMaio will recuse?
I make the motion. I
Okay.
second it.
Great. Dr. Eisenberg, can you take a vote, please?
All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention?
Thank you. Sorry to be a pain in
That's all right.
everybody's tail,
It's-
but
That's what you get for having a lawyer on.
That is the extent of the complaints that the committee reviewed this morning.
Okay. I think next we're going on to the Attorney General opinion.
so there's really no update here. In the month of April, we should get a response from the Attorney General on the opinion request that was submitted by DA Rod Ponton. So we will let you know when we get that. I think we'll get it before our next commission meeting. I think that we did put an article on Richard's recommendation in the Texas Prosecutor this month where we addressed this issue and at the request of Rob Keppel from TDCAA. So I think we're in pretty good shape. I don't know if there's an update on that.
The case, they filed that in the Sonia Casey case, which was also one of the ones that the fire marshals, of course, recommended or examined carefully, is going forward. That's going to be heard on Monday in Fort Stockton. Not completely, but that's a whole series of motion hearings. So I think that one of the purposes of Mr. Ponton was to sort of stop that hearing, file a motion saying, let's resolve this at the AG's office. That didn't seem to impress the judge much, so that case is going forward. And I think that's going to have a pretty direct effect on this AG outcome. It's not, I think it was sort of a stalling tactic. So that's some good work.
Well, we'll update you on what the AG says and whether the AG's opinion has any ramifications for the rest of the commission's work. I don't think it will, only because the crux of what they were challenging really was the fire marshal's authority to look at his own cases and then issue the letters that the review team has been issuing on the science advisory work group. So it should really mostly apply to the authority of the fire marshal, not to the commission. But if there's anything that does impact the commission, we'll certainly update you.
You know, the fire marshal is very transparent. He called for an open meeting. He invited the DA.
Okay, I think we'll go on to the, anything more on the Houston Police Department Crime Laboratory report? Since there's
So I
no
think
material.
maybe, could we just take a quick biology break? And
Yes,
then we'll go,
we will take a bio, but is there anything in this?
well, yes, Irma Rios is going to be doing a
Okay.
PowerPoint presentation when we come back.
Okay, fine.
But we can take a break and let her get set up and
Okay, no problem, break.
10 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, I think, why don't we start off and go with Ms. Rios and let her discuss Houston.
Good morning. General Counsel Garcia asked me to give the presentation for the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and also on the Bromwich report site. And I've added a couple of slides on our testing of unsubmitted kits. We had about 6,663, and there's been quite a lot of attention on that. And I was in Dallas recently here this past week, and we had quite a few officers that were interested in that particular project. So I'm going to be talking briefly on a couple of other things besides the shifting of police management of our crime lab. And officially, yesterday, we are no longer under the Houston Police Department management. We're under the Houston Forensic Science Center. And it was supposedly a birthday party. I felt like it was a birth of a child. We've gone through this for a couple of years. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about this. So first of all, I wanted to discuss with you kind of in general about Houston, but I wanted to also give you some context about Houston. We are in the third largest county in the United States, fourth largest city in the U.S., and we also have one of the largest police departments for the state of Texas. We have 5,300 officers. The Harris County District Attorney's Office is very, very busy. As Bob Wyckoff probably knows here, he's worked with a lot of them, but they have 275 prosecutors. They process 38,000 felonies and work on 63,000 misdemeanors. Very busy, fast-paced. So our crime lab, we have, to give you an idea of the workload we have here for 2013, we received 39,000 cases, processed 40,000 cases. Of course, that included the 6,663 untested rape kits that were in the property room. These are just for 4 services. It includes controlled substances, firearms, toxicology, forensic biology, including DNA. So we're very busy. But also, just give you some context there. But in history, wanted to paint a picture for you. There have been issues in our lab, like there have been other issues in other forensic labs, both public and private. I'll talk a little bit about the progress of the lab and the Houston Forensic Science LGC Incorporation. That is the legal description of our entity, our new entity. So like I mentioned, we've been under the microscope like a lot of the public labs and private labs throughout the United States. And things have changed a lot throughout the last, I've been in this field for about 30 years, and probably the last 10, 15 years, we've seen a lot of scrutiny in the labs, both by the justice system, media, and other entities. So getting back into the history of what happened back in 2002, we had a series of investigative reports by Channel 11. They looked at the DNA section, looked at several cases. And one of the cases that was looked at was the Josiah Sutton case. This, to give you a little facts of the case, it was a sexual assault, abduction of a woman, and by 2 African-American males. Back in 1998, DQ alpha testing was done, quickly went to court, convicted this individual. The statistics that were given at that time was 1 person in 694,000. DNA testing was conducted on the back seat of the vehicle as well as the body of the victim.
The way Josiah Sutton was identified is that the victim was driving in the neighborhood. Identified Josiah Sutton along with another individual as the individuals that had abducted and raped her. So he gets convicted, he's sentenced to 25 years. So when the November 2002 airing of the series of investigative reports by a local TV station are going on, Josiah Sutton's mother calls the station. They look at this case. Sure enough, DNA testing is done, and he's excluded. So that, it's in 2003. 2 DNA profiles are developed, and so he is exonerated. He spends 4.5 years before he's exonerated, May 14, 2004. So as you can imagine, there was a lot of attention. I went into the lab in October 2003. By October 24, 2003, I was receiving a notice to appear before our legislative committee. I went before council. At that time, I had spent 20-some years, or close to 20 years with DPS before I went to work for the police department. We continue to get pressure. Officials urge for there to be a special probe of the lab. And many officials, state officials, Barry Sheck with Innocence Project, and amongst others, put pressure on the lab for us to have a full and comprehensive review of the lab. So when I talked about this talk, I talked to several individuals, and I said, what would you like to hear? Because as you know, many of these labs have closed down when we undergo situations like this. Detroit PD was one of them. Chicago PD lab was taken by the Illinois State Police. And we continue to see issues come up in non-accredited labs. So what do you do when something like this goes wrong? How do you recover? How do you get back on track when the wheels have come off that car? So how do we get back out of that ditch? Some of the questions that have come up: how can we trust the lab? How can we trust the forensic operations? How do we know this will not happen again? What do you do when something goes wrong? This is what lab directors or chiefs of police sometimes will call. When something goes wrong, they'll call. What do we do? What are the next steps? How do you recover? How do you right the ship? And then within the analysts, you'll have, when will the investigations, the probes, the reviews, and being under the microscope stop? Because it's very challenging for some of the labs, or the lab members. So how do we gain the trust from the individuals doing the job right? We know that's pretty common sense. We also start to talk to our stakeholders. Both the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, be very transparent of what is going on. And some of you, all that have been here, that are in the room, have been through this process with us and what we've done. The employees will have questions, we over-communicate. In our situation, a lot of them asked, where are we going when this happened? Back in 2005, the chief of police commissioned a thorough investigative report by Michael Brumwich. He brought in a team. They spent over 2.5, or roughly 2 years in our lab looking at operations, looked at 3,500 cases, interviewed about 100 people. So it's a long and lengthy, pretty lengthy investigation. It is posted on the website for everybody to look at every single report that was issued. So they looked all the way back to cases into 1980 through 1992 for serology. And there was about 180 or so cases that needed to be looked at again. But overall, when this was done, they came up with a series of 130-some recommendations. The report was issued in 2007. So we were transparent on our work, what was done, what were the issues, and how to get back out of this. But what I can't say that it wasn't the whole lab. Sometimes you will hear from the media that it was closed down. That's not the case. The DNA section was temporarily closed down. So moving forward in 2005, all the sections in the lab were accredited, and in 2006, DNA was accredited. We became operational in DNA for CODIS in 2007. We uploaded that Josiah Sutton case and had a hit, and they went and convicted that individual that was identified. Other success for the lab, this is talking about the progress, is that ATF recognized our firearms section. We're very prolific in terms of entering weapons into the NIBIN database. In 2009, the International Association of Chiefs of Police recognized the firearms section for some of the work. So a lot of these things, when trying to pull out of these issues, is celebrate a lot of these, recommendations of recognition by different individuals, so that the lab and the individuals continue to have confidence in the work that you do. We have posted a website for the lab where we have put our SOPs. This is something that especially our DWI attorneys like to go to and look at. We have a video of past, present, and future. We talk about the lab and put our message out there. I can tell you, we interview hundreds of individuals a year for positions. Just about every single person has gone to that website and looked at our SOPs, so, which just tells me a lot. Are they interested enough to hire? Are they reviewing those protocols, and do they know? So that has really been helpful for us. So moving forward, some of the progress again, we brought up all the different sections so they were standard and they were accredited. We hired a lot of different managers, trained a lot of people, and in fact, a lot of you that are in this room helped us in a lot of their training, so, and getting us through the accreditation, whether it's Dr. Mosiani, Dr. Eisenberg's group. Many of those individuals played a role in getting this lab back up and running. But we move forward into competitive grant funding, and this is one that we are very proud of, where there's been an issue of untested kits throughout the nation. They say possibly 400,000 untested kits. We were one of 2 jurisdictions selected to be awarded these grants. It's $1.5 million. One is Wayne County in Detroit. The district attorney's office was awarded this grant. And then in Houston, our crime lab, along with the investigators for sex crimes, put in a grant, and we were awarded this particular grant. Again, this is an action research grant. It's where practitioners and researchers come together to solve a problem. And here is how do we respond to sexual assault cases, a very tough crime in terms of prosecution. So what we did is we built a sexual assault working group, multidisciplinary group, which includes, at that time, Houston Police Department, the Adult and Juvenile, and the Crime Lab. We've had this going on. First meeting we had was in 2010. and 2011, we were awarded the grant. We've engaged the Harris County District Attorney's Office. They're at every meeting every month. The Houston Area Women's Center. And we also brought in the Houston Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner programs, 2 different programs in Houston, as well as the researchers, University of Texas at Austin, the Domestic Violence Institute, as well as Sam Houston State University. Our thought process was we have the criminal justice researchers looking at some of the data, and then we also have the domestic violence, 2 different groups looking at the untested kits and what can we come up with in terms of best practices. We have set up a website, again, being transparent and posting our research papers, and this is where we're at in terms of posting probably within the next couple of months. NIJ has most of those papers where individuals can click and say, I want to see what Houston did in the notification of the victims. Because we're looking at cases from the 1980s. Do we want to go back and talk to every single victim? Or is it going to cause more trauma? So we have researchers looking at that aspect. What's the best way to contact? Right now, we have a hotline up. They can contact when they're ready to contact. We have a CODIS hit, and it's going to get prosecuted. We work with that. So what does the team look like as we're moving forward? We have 30-some DNA examiners now looking at cases. We have about 30 investigators on this project. They have about 12 prosecutors working on that side, because we test and test, go forward, it gets back, you have a backlog downstream. So got to think about it. That's one thing we were talking about to Dallas. They're saying they had about 7 or so investigators. What happens downstream when we start processing thousands of kids? So as we moved forward, when we were getting ready, we knew a lot of these kids were in the property room. In 2009, they built, the Houston Police Department built a brand new property room. It was $13 million. They went ahead and organized the kids. Here you can see 16,000 stored kits, both at room temperature and the freezer. That was part of our first testing of our testing the kits, is taking a portion of them. So we tested on that project about 700 kits, and we're collecting a lot of data in terms of, is it an unknown, demographics on the victim, just a lot of information. But while we're working on that project that started in 2011, Senate Bill 1636 passed. And where basically what it requires is that police departments submit these untested kits to accredited labs for testing. The mayor decided that instead of testing just from a certain portion, that everything in the property room that was untested be tested. At this point in time, we negotiated pricing with 2 outsourced labs and had probably a third of the cost is what we're being charged now. And our target was 10,000 cases, the 6,000 plus in the property room, plus any incoming, some burglaries, and we had already started working on a lot of these cases. So what does our data look like now? And it keeps on changing by today. By the time we get back, we have more cases reviewed and submitted. We have 9,723 cases outsourced. And this all happened within a year. Everything shipped out, and then we received 8,450 cases back in. We've reviewed 5,651, and we've uploaded 1,662 CODIS profiles. So that's what it's looking like right now. We have teams of individuals working on these cases. We're up to the point where the outsourced labs are downloading 500 cases a month. So we receive about 1,000 at one time on a download for review. So just because we're getting all these DNA cases, it's not done. We have to review them, obviously, to enter them into CODIS. The outsourced labs, the private labs cannot enter. So what is our data looking like right now? We're seeing quite a few, obviously, CODIS that can go in, but of the ones with the hits that we've had, 607, we've seen a 580 convicted offender arresting individuals, 26 case to case. We are seeing some serial rapists, but we're not seeing the volume that we're seeing in Detroit right now, at least from our preliminary data.
I'm sorry, what is case to case?
A case-to-case hit means that forensic evidence from one case, a sexual assault kit, matches another forensic case on another sexual assault kit. For example, you may have a case in Round Rock where there's a sexual assault kit taken from a victim. You have one in Austin where there's a sexual assault kit, and those two match. We know it's the same offender. We can look at the profile, and that's for a case to case.
So 580
convicted offender.
are people who've already served.
They had to either submit based on law convicted offender. They were sampled as they went into TDCJ, or we have also arrestee.
So
as
some
well.
of those may be serving a prison sentence for another
Offense.
offense
And it can be sexual assault, it can be another offense,
altogether.
that qualifying offense.
26 were there, like you explained, the Round Rock Austin
Mhm.
example, and then what is legal index?
Legal, that's a new term that we're starting to use. Some of the DNA folks that are here, I should have looked at this, but this is.
It used to be the suspect known category,
Mhm.
but you can upload known profiles developed from a suspect's known. Even if, say, like you looked at a forensic unknown sample and you were not able to develop a profile, but you still had a sample to compare, you had the suspect's known profile to compare to, you could upload it to the state at the suspect known level. However, INDIS is now allowing upload to the national level if it's put under the legal index. So all suspect known samples are now input under the legal index, so it can be compared nationally.
National. So essentially, before the state allowed only for us to go up to the state, and now the next tier is all the way to national, so from what I understand. So this is fairly new. I'm not sure when it went into effect, but we don't have as many on this new criteria. But
So this data in effect supports those who encourage the project because there are 607 CODIS hits from the work you've done. Is that fair?
It's, in my opinion, they should be tested. And because some of these are from the 1980s, the statute of limitations has run out. But what they're using in Houston or Harris County, the DA's office and the officers, is for enhancing punishment. Say they go out and they commit another crime, that they are able to bring some of these cases forward, or they're on probation, or they're getting ready to be paroled, and they can bring these cases up. Some of these cases, the victims don't want to go forward. That's what we have justice advocates and a hotline, and we have really worked hard to keep the victims engaged. But in terms of your question, obviously, we're getting a lot of hits. There's a lot of data that's showing that obviously we have convicted offenders and that we do need to test these. Now, whether they'll be prosecuted and go forward and meet that next level, we don't know yet. We haven't collected sufficient data. But there's a lot of factors there to be able to take a case to trial besides a DNA profile. What are the facts of the case? And this is something prosecutors know a lot more than I do on this, but this is the data we're seeing. The other thing I was going to talk about is, as we moved outside of the police management, the Houston Forensic Science Center, the board of directors requested that a Brumwich report or a new report be released, or Brumwich would come in and with a team and look at our implementation of his findings. He had about 138 recommendations when he looked at our lab back in 2007. So in a nutshell, what did the report say? And I think some of y'all have received a copy of it. Basically, he gave us high marks for successfully implementing many of the recommendations. He also noted an impressive set of senior supervisors. Like I said, we really revamped how we hired individuals in the lab, looking for some management experience and a lot of training that we put in. Basically says solve many of the major problems. Reports should give Houstonians confidence in the work of the Forensic Center. So this is something that was done with the Arnold Foundation and the Houston Forensic Science Center Board of Directors prior to the transition handing over of the operation. There was one, obviously there's other issues that they brought up, probably that we weren't doing enough work. What that meant is that we don't have question documents up and running, we don't have a lot of the trace up and running, and we don't provide a lot of training. We do some training for prosecutors, but they would like to see more, and for officers as well, that we provide more training. So those are, in a nutshell, some of the things that, if anything, that we just needed to do a little more work. So we, in our new organization, we are putting those particular disciplines in our new center. So one of the things that I talked about at the American Academy of Sciences was recommendation number 4 in strengthening forensic science in the U.S. Basically, extricating the crime labs under police that were under police management or prosecutorial offices. So what did we do? One, we had to define what is independence. What does it look like? One, removing from law enforcement. Is that independence? The funding priorities are different. A lot of times law enforcement will want to have more boots on the ground. That's common. The public wants to see police officers on the streets, especially when crime starts increasing. The direct and indirect influence of the prosecutor's offices. What is the mission of the parent organization, whether it's a medical examiner's office, whether it's the prosecutors, whether it's law enforcement, looking at that mission. So we're not saying this is advocating this is the best way to do it. This is our process. We found that we're looking at the forensic operation should be managed and administered by forensic scientists. So that's the way we are going in this particular concept. So it is shifting paradigms. So one of the first things that we did, we aligned all the forensic services into one command within the police department. They were separated in multiple areas, latent prints, crime scene unit, they all came under one command in all the crime lab operations, whether it was digital, computer forensics, multiple entities came under one command. Next thing, create the Houston Forensic Science LGC Inc. Through articles of incorporation, have a forensic governing board, a board of directors. The board of directors, we have an individual formerly with Shell Oil, general counsel from Shell Oil. We have an exoneree now. We have some professors from U of H. We have professors from Rice. We have Scott Hochberg, he was a former rep. And so it is a very diverse group that are able to look at this organization through a different lens. We have a technical advisory group. These are individuals that have been in forensics or in multiple areas of science. And they're all volunteers, and they are very excited about what they're doing, and it's a lot of work. The one thing that as we shifted over, is prepare an interlocal agreement between the City of Houston and the Houston Forensic Science LGC. So as we transition, these are some of the things we had to think about. And there's a lot of other stuff coming up, but one is that we have classified officers in the police department that needed to be transitioned over. We have the civilians like myself. We had the local government corporation employees. We had 3 flavors of employees and how to have benefits in different ways and bringing them together. The assets, all the equipment, facility, basically leasing the facility where we're at, changing all the card key entry where the police department has no access into it. They have very limited access as it was anyway, but now nobody can get in terms of police. There's no assistant chief that can make it in there. The networks, for the computer networks, working on those. And then the funding. We added sufficient funding, additional funding for a lot more individuals this recent FY15 budget. And then one of the other things we had with the criminal justice system, because if we're not a police agency, can we get into CODIS? Can we get into NIBIN? APHIS? All these systems that we have. And we have put in, or have had an amendment at the last, and we're able to access the criminal justice databases through legislation. Then the main thing, the interlocal agreement, pulled everything together. We gave it to all the employees. It's been available. Everybody signed it. It's been vetted. So we have transitioned over. So in conclusion, this has been a big leap for Houston. This is something that we have not seen that is done in other states. There's a lot of individuals who have taken an interest in this and what we're doing. It's not easy. It's very hard because we're taking multiple individuals and just starting all over and in a lot of ways and making this a new facility, a new concept. But we have been responsible. How we've been our approach. We've engaged a lot of stakeholders. Some of y'all have been to some of the board meetings. There's a website with all the video that's on there, minutes, so people can look at it. But our goal is to be transparent and to have timely and accurate results, but be transparent. And be there open not only available for prosecutors' offices, defense attorneys, anybody that needs our service, to be able to have that service available to them. So with that, I'll take some questions, if any.
Are you still employed by the Houston Police Department?
Pardon?
Are you still employed by the Houston Police Department?
I'm employed by the City of Houston. and we're managed under the local government corporation, Houston Forensic Science Local. And same thing as the classified officers.
So you're changing your email address, right?
Right, and that's one of the things of the network. We're moving all the email, and yesterday was the first official when we moved over. But yes, we have all that. We will be Houston Forensic Science Center.org.
Irma, can I ask,
Mhm.
the Houston, on the Bromwich report, the Houston media focused on one point that Bromwich made, which was that in his original set of recommendations, and I imagine there were well over 100, they had recommended random retesting. I'm not sure if that was in all disciplines or just in DNA. And I know that one of the items that you weren't able to do because of what I understand is resource limitation is random retesting, at least in DNA. But can you talk about that, just because it's been so prominent in the media reports? They tend to focus on that one comment. I guess I'm not sure why.
Right. So random retesting was for all disciplines. And the challenge that we have with DNA is that it's very limited in terms of we can consume the entire sample. So we have random reanalysis for controlled substances where we'll pull randomly, weigh, and test. That's the first one. We've added several individuals, but I don't know at what point we'll ever get into DNA. Our concern again is maintaining sufficient sample for defense and for any other testing on those minute samples. So that's the one that has been a challenge.
Do you think that is something the board will look at? You have science advisors to the LGC board, right? And I know at least one of them, isn't Bruce Bedoli on there?
He's
the
right,
DNA
Bruce is the
expert.
DNA on our technical
think-
advisory group.
Do you think the board will look at that issue and fashion perhaps a policy for random retesting that addresses the concern about consuming the samples?
That could be one that we haven't given them that particular assignment. It would come from the board of directors, but they do have the report, the Bromwich report.
The
But-
reason I'm raising the question is because I know that Tarrant County instituted a random retesting. I'm not sure if it's just rape kits or all DNA evidence, but you have a policy to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I was going to ask Irma along those lines, what percentage of the cases are randomly tested? And do you do it internally or you outsource it, or what is your fiscal impact?
So we use a computer to randomly select.
What percentage?
And it's, I don't know off the percentage, to tell you quite honestly. We process about 15,000 narcotics cases a year. So I can't tell you a percentage right off the top of my head. I have to get back with you. We do it internally, the retesting as well.
And have you estimated your fiscal impact?
We've added more people to our controlled substances that we anticipate we continue to be able to do this process with the number of controlled substances analysts we have.
Then to answer your question, it's just the rape kids we're doing. It has a lot of economic burden on the community. So I think the limiting step is fiscal support your government gives you. That's basically what it is. And we would very much like to outsource a small percentage out. For example, I want to establish trust and confidence in my tox lab. And if I ask them to retest it, they're the same thing with retesting it. Although they have internal standards and everything is fine and dandy, and they have samples that come from outside and they do unknowns and all that. But nonetheless, if I really want to have a lot of confidence, I want to send a specimen to a national reference lab. But again, the cost is an issue for us. And if you want to do it, what percentage are you going to select? And is that a representative sample or not? And that becomes an issue. I think the numbers, and you are a scientist, you can tell me, is 20% a representative sample? 10%? And I don't seem to be getting an answer from anybody. I've talked to many labs.
20% seems very high.
Yeah. Is it 1 in 10, for example?
It really depends. I mean, I don't know how many cases you're talking about, and then you have to check to see the amount of evidence, as Irma, clearly pointed out. You can't, if you have so little evidence, you can't use that as a sample to retest, because there wouldn't be anything left for future testing.
So is it random anymore once you exclude one of the tested picks? You can't use it because of the unlimited sample. Does
Yeah.
that affect how randomly you're doing it?
And the other question I would have, are you issuing reports again back out to your customers after that retest?
We will issue it
Issue another
if there is
report for all
If
the
there's a
evidence,
if there's a difference, or
or period. Anyway, all of them, 100%.
We don't automatically send reports to, unless there is a non-conformity in the report,
Non-conformance.
yeah.
You see, and that's one of the questions, because if you've done work on the evidence, should that result go back out with a report back to the defendant and the courts and the customers?
Well, we are considering that as part of the Q and QC management.
Management.
So that's how we keep it. If there is a discrepancy in the original reporting, then yeah, we would certainly alert, first of all, the district attorney's office, and then they would decide what to do with the report.
What's your discrepancy? Bob, you had a quick one. Tim?
I didn't quite understand what you were, and I didn't hear what you said with regards to the testing results of retesting. Do you publish a supplemental report?
We put it in ours are automatic, and so in other words, we issue them, we don't have our hard copy, it goes automatically, but yes, we do have another testing result go out.
I had a question about all the cases that you sent out, the old sexual assault cases. How many of them actually were serologically positive, and how many yielded DNA?
So we have our estimate at about 60-some% are positive, and the rest, 40 or so, 30-some, are negative. No Y. We're using a Y screen through all these cases around DNA. Bobby?
Yeah, and this answers my question partially, but there will be a report where we can see what some of the results were on these tests. Do they basically solve any new crimes? I mean, do we have some answers out of this? Are there any, is there anyone who's maybe been convicted wrongfully that this shows some light?
We do not have any wrongful convictions or identifications. What we are finding on some of these serial, when they go back and look at these cases, some of those individuals were on the radar already. And sometimes cases were dismissed. And so everybody's kind of, looking back again and reevaluating how reports are entered, not only by the police officers, but everybody that assists in a sexual assault offense, even from the advocates on how they communicate with the victims, to the officers, the first responders, to the analysis in the lab, we make changes, to the prosecutor's office, how they look at those cases and dismiss or not dismiss. So we're still learning from this research project, and that's what we're putting the findings up, and even as we talk like to Dallas County and Dallas PD, using some of those same findings and working, but yes, it's been an eye-opener for us and some things that perhaps, we could have looked at these cases a little bit differently. And we know a lot more from the 1980s to now. I mean, technology has changed, how victims are addressed, the laws have changed, so it is an eye-opener.
And will there, in your estimation, be some ultimate press conference or something where the DA's office will declare what the results of these retests in their estimation?
And now, these are not retests, the untested
Or, I'm
kits,
sorry.
they're, I don't know what the DA's office will do. What we are doing is on our website, posting a lot of our results. We're going before council and giving an update on the elimination project. So those are posted on the website. Now, on the other side, how far do they go into whether the cases are filed and charges taken and convictions? I don't know that in terms of the DA's office.
And let me just say that I've known Irma since this disaster unfurled in Houston. And the consensus is that you've done a spectacular job
Oh, thanks.
turning this around.
Well, thank you all. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Sorry, Ermin, you may be able to answer this question or may not, but since a lot of these are old cases that have been backlogged or have been there for quite a while and are being screened, are elimination samples being processed as well on when you do have biological evidence to see was there a consensual sexual partner? Could that be the source of the genetic material that you're testing, or is that not being included?
Yes, it is being, and when possible, we will obtain the elimination sample for CODIS entry. We try not to traumatize the victims again
Right.
from the 1980s, so we have an advocate embedded with the officers right now, so that as part of the research project. And so she looks at the cases, she works with the officers, do we contact the victim, how do they go about that? So there's a lot of work going on that part still. We are using the hotline as a way for the victims to be able to call in, because what we're finding from the research is the victims, because they moved on, they don't want to be contacted, they don't want to receive a letter, they don't want to receive a phone call, so we're finding ways of trying to engage them. So, but yes, when possible, we try to get elimination, but we try to also look, we don't want to traumatize these victims again. But we are finding some really good things because victims are coming back. I thought y'all had forgotten about the case from the 1980s, and now it's solved and I'm able to move on. So, you know, in terms of Lynn's question, it is a good thing for some of these victims to be able to move on. Maybe we can't prosecute the case, but they can find closure on her cases.
For clarification, the bulk of these cases, were they backlogged or to the investigative process, they were never, testing was never requested?
And that's a very good question. So what is a backlog? A backlog for us is when the case has been requested and submitted to a lab. These cases were never submitted. They were in the property room, unrequested. The requests were investigator driven. The investigator said, okay, you need to test this kit. So you're right. And we had already started this project. We had already worked on thousands of cases before the 6,000. We had already gone through that. But you're right. It's not backlogged. It's a untested or legacy kits, I think is what we're calling it sometimes.
Do y'all have plans to break down those CODIS hits even more? Because I'm not sure I understood the numbers right. It was 1662 that were eligible for CODIS and 580 convicted defendants. That's extraordinary. That's 50%.
And that's what Detroit is finding too. They're finding a high CODIS rate. Now, the question is, was a person named in the?
Yeah.
There's going to be some of them. So we are doing a separate category with our limbs. We're tracking. If you got a CODIS hit, was the person listed as a suspect? Did it match? Or is it a totally unknown person?
How does that compare to your CODIS hits on current cases? The rate of hits?
The rate of hits, again, it's the same thing. We're also listing who it is. Because if it's a person already listed by the investigators, it is a CODIS hit if you don't have a sample, but it's somebody known. So I guess my question is, the CODIS hit doesn't mean it's a totally unknown person. It could be somebody already listed, and we are taking that data, collecting that data.
I have a question, not about the kids, but, you know, one thing you hear sometimes when people talk about the move from, not just HPD, but when you talk about making a laboratory independent from law enforcement, that really it's not so much about the boxes on an organizational chart as it is about the culture of the laboratory. So I'm wondering if you're finding if there's work that needs to be done in terms of a cultural shift in the laboratory as much as what you've done organizationally and moving it out of HPD. You know, can you speak to that a little bit, the cultural issues that come along with making a lab independent, so to speak?
I can say on culture, it depends on the leadership that you have within the labs too. you can be within law enforcement or medical examiner's office, and how is it that you address requests from prosecutors, defense attorneys, whoever it may be, the public. We've seen where individuals don't want to release information and being outright hostile to. So it's a message we send that we are all here to do a job. And the attorneys have a job as well, and they would provide that information. I think I've seen a shift in the last 30 years to where people are more open, transparent, give that information, they have a right to it.
Is the idea that you will be doing work for the defense community as well as for law enforcement?
Our goal is to eventually provide a service to both defense prosecutors, whoever may need that work.
And do you find that the defense community is stepping up to ask you for the work, or are they hesitating?
Oh, first of all, we take very limited right now in terms of cases because we're addressing the Houston Police Department caseload first, and which is very large. Eventually, we'll take some. They're not, from what, listening to some of the individuals testify, is that eventually they want to impeach our witnesses, so sometimes they have a problem using our lab in the future. So that's something we're going to work through. But we do weigh sometimes, and narcotics cases are fast. Those are some of the ones we do look at as well.
Ladies, that's a very interesting question. That Tarrant County is open for defense attorneys, and extremely rarely they use us. And exactly this, they want to impeach our experts. They don't want to use us. So you may want to be transparent, but at the end of the day, you are certainly a governmental lab, and that's how they perceive you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good job.
That was great.
Okay, we can have light again. I guess we're going to do the update on the arson case review now.
Sure. I'm just going to let you know, Chris Keneally sent me an email. He's in Dallas right now, so he couldn't attend the meeting. But he wanted to let the commission know that at this point, the Science Advisory Work Group has completed 9 case reviews since it started in January of 2013. 5 of the original fire investigations were not supported by the panel in meeting the current scientific standards. So they issued letters to DA saying that those should be ruled as undetermined. 2 of the case reviews supported the original findings of the fire investigation, and 2 cases were ruled inconclusive by the panel because there was not adequate information available in the files to make a determination. He also noted that at this point, the Innocence Project of Texas has no additional cases for the panel to review. They've gone through all of their cases. All State Fire Marshal's Office murder convictions have been reviewed, and some of them overlapped with what IPOT had identified. So now the Fire Marshal's Office is working on lower level convictions. They have case files going back to 2002, but they only keep cases for 12 years. That's their record retention policy. So now that they're working on lower level convictions, once they work through those items, unless IPOT or somebody else comes forward to the State Fire Marshal's Office with additional cases, they will be wrapping up the review. And we have IPOT here, and Dr. Pirwani's here too to talk.
Yes, so where we're at with it, we've reviewed, we did that initial capture of cases. We only got through, probably 200 to 250 actual questionnaires. So out of the 1,000 or so that we initially surveyed, there's still plenty that we're missing. Some questionnaires are still coming in. For whatever reason, some people wait a year or 2 to get back to us. So we have a couple of transcripts we're getting ordered right now. So there's still a few cases that could get added to the SAW panel review. So we're still working on those. We've discussed before that there's still cases out there that clearly have fallen through the gaps, whether it be because they've already made parole or whatever issues. So we're working on filling in the gaps on the initial survey, and also working with them to review their old files back to 2002 as well. So I don't think we're done yet. We're probably about halfway through the process. That being said, I don't imagine we're not just gonna stumble across a ton of cases where we're gonna be major issues, but we're still working through them. So we're not done, but we're making solid progress, and I think we've learned a lot of good lessons through this first round of cases, and I think we're on the right track with it.
Yeah, I just want to add to a couple of things that Nick said. It's easy to get buried in the numbers, and we did that from the beginning. We looked at 1,029 cases, and you get very technical about it, and you start putting the spreadsheets together. But sometimes it pays to take a look at what the process itself is doing. Okay, no one's ever done this, what we did with the fire marshal's office. It was all an idea. Not like somebody wrote a manual and told us how to do it. We're writing our own manual as we go. Commission made that happen. We put this together, or y'all did, and then we stepped up, and they stepped up, and now here we are a year and a half later. The story really isn't in the numbers. The story is in the process that we've created and what we're doing. Because I think we've changed a lot of people's minds. I know in the fire marshal office and in that milieu, there are hundreds of these guys all over the state, or every county has one. And we've seen, I know Lynn reported on that meeting that we went to, they're not all easygoing about looking at old cases or being willing to criticize themselves. But they're a lot more easygoing about it now that the process is working. And also that we've shown, not just that we can work with each other and get along and all that, but really the ultimate proof, and I'm only saying this because it's going to have a lot to do with everything that we're all doing. And really, it's a pretty small community of folks that are doing this. I mean, Judge Hervey, Bob Wyckoff did the Josiah Sutton case, and now he's here as the PD representative. We've known Irma, and she's made all this progress. And all of us together, I think, are making Texas into the true national leader. But the process that we've done in this fire review, we've learned a couple of things that are really important I want to lay out. And it's going to be very important with hair and fiber microscopy. First, you can't get too precise about the capture and intake process. What happens is, in the beginning, you say, okay, here are these cases, we can go find them. And what tends to happen is you either get it looks a lot worse than it really is until you start working it through. And what we've learned is it's a very fluid process, and you have to learn as you go. We did that with the fire review, and I think we're gonna apply that again, and apply some of those lessons. They're unique lessons, and I think that after we do this, we're gonna be able to contribute a lot more even than we have nationally, because we're gonna be able to show people how to do this. There's a lot of things you can do wrong in one of these reviews, and we've done some of those things wrong, but we're learning how to do them right, and I think we're going to be able to apply that better to the hair and fiber process. That's the real value of what we've done with the fire marshals. As it turns out, too, people should have a lot more confidence in law enforcement than some of us, in the beginning, thought that they should. I was one of those rock-throwing naysayers until we got into it and figured out, look, out of 1,029 cases we've looked at, there are maybe 12 that need to be examined for. Those are the numbers that I thought would show up in the beginning, and it's turned out it's true. So really, the truth is the system works pretty well, and I think you guys are learning the same thing. But at the same time, we can authoritatively say that if we do these reviews, we can say we know what the system does and doesn't do, and what it does right and what it doesn't wrong. And I think we're the only state that you could say that in. So anyway, I just wanted to lay that out, because that's the real context, and that's the real achievement with the fire marshal process. We're going to keep going. We've got more cases to capture. I think that whole process of review will keep going on for probably another year, unless General Abbott shuts it down at the request of a DA, which I hope is unlikely. But it's probably still going to go on another year, simply because we've got to come up with some new ways to make sure that we've got everybody in the group, but I think we'll find them.
So there's overlap with defendant notice stuff, because there's plenty of people who have arson convictions that we may not be able to get a hold of or find. So there's going to be, as we learn more through this defendant notification process with these other issues, I think we're going to have new ways of finding some of these cases. So we're learning and we're getting better.
It's right. We have about a year's worth of more work to be done. to get over those cases. But the other issue, of course, is that do we or do we not go forward with review of active cases? And that is under consideration. There are many jurisdictions, including ours, that we do active review of cases that are current, before the case is concluded. We call it in our office critical case review. We get all the doctors and the scientists in the office who review the case before the case is concluded. The question is, would the fire marshal be willing to do those cases? And of course, he has jurisdiction only regarding his own case, not the other cases. And I think that needs to be decided whether he wants to really do that. And he has a right to do that if he so desires. And that would be an important step, because all these issues about, jurisdictions making an error and all that would be reviewed before even the case is concluded and goes to trial.
I think we'll take a lunch break now.
I don't think, are the lunches here yet?
Yeah, they're-
Oh,
Yes,
they are?
it's
Oh,
there.
Sorry, okay, yeah, lunch break, I guess, all right.
Yeah, because I think hair is gonna take a
Do you
while.
want to do 30 minutes, or, because we have some folks here that might like to grab lunch themselves.
Okay.
Is
As
that
much
too
time-
much, or?
No, 30 minutes is fine.
I'm just thinking so they don't starve in the audience,
Okay. How much time do you
Yeah,
recommend?
I think, is 30 okay? We'll come back at, do you want to? All right, well then let's just say noon. You want to come back at noon?
We'll do it at noon.
Okay.
I guess-
But I think the bottom line is that, we had our little Texas panel, and I think it went well. The way that they run these is they put them back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
And they give you like 15, 20
There's not much
minutes.
time to question and answer.
Right,
That's
so
been my experience.
I was approached by a number of people who appreciated the presentation and so forth, but the Academy is just sort of like this sprinkling of so many different things. I mean, I'm glad I went, because then I saw Irma's presentation, so I asked her to come and give the same thing here. And there were a number of areas that were interesting, but, I think we did our job, and you didn't go this year, Dr. Pirwani, did you? Yeah, Judge Hervey, did you want to say anything about the Academy meeting? Like, I thought there was a section that Judge Hervey presented in on Saturday where she did the notification panel, and it was excellent. And I thought that panel was much better and much more interactive in a brighter room and all that than the jurisprudence section. So how did you think it went?
I think overall, the whole thing went well, but I was glad to go because some of you may not know, the Integrity Unit, Lynn knows, the Integrity Unit is having a meeting. We posted it on our website as well as in the Texas Register. The unit's having a meeting on May 1st and having various stakeholders come to talk about notification in general, because we don't want to get in a situation in Texas where we have 254 ways of notifying people of problems, because it'll be a mess. So we want to look at protocols of notification, and just for your general interest, we are already ahead of the feds because they're having a problem with notification. So it was a jumping off point for us. And I was also glad that the gentleman, there was another judge on the panel, and he had a case up there on the screen for a long time on the dog sniffs. And I went up afterwards and told him how happy I was at that Texas case on there.
Yeah.
So, that.
Winfrey, is that the?
Yeah, Winfrey.
Yeah, dog.
So, yeah.
They love
it
to
was
talk
good.
about the dogs.
Popular
People
dogs.
love talking about dogs.
I think the two things with the Academy also, it's gotten so large, and that was not a good area. They have multiple levels, with the lecture halls. It's just you had to go up in elevators and down and around, and I think that kind of detracted.
I thought the venue in Washington was much better, and the one the year before that was, where, do you remember where that was the year before?
Atlanta.
Atlanta. I thought they were all better than this one, and just in terms of ability to get,
And that's exactly
Yeah.
what Dr. DeMaio says. Those are, they were in the same hotel, you are going same place. This one, you had to walk.
You had to
almost
go up
half a mile
escalators,
to
down.
get to the meeting.
Yeah, half the one to get
The
there.
academy has limitation because there are not too many large hotels. And they also have a long-term contract with Seattle.
Yeah.
In fact, they're going to go back in 3 years' time.
Yes.
Next year is in Orlando, then is New Orleans, and then go back to Seattle.
The contract with Seattle has a very good contract, they got him, so they have, they are using it because that's very beneficial.
Yeah, but it's not convenient.
For us, no.
It's not convenient at all.
The median age of attendees has now crossed 50 years, and they complain about walking. And they have done a survey, as a matter of fact, and they find out that they prefer to be in the hotel than move around. They don't want to walk.
It could be worse, it could be Milwaukee, like they had a name.
I will say that the food in Seattle is really, really good. That was
Seattle?
something,
Oh, yeah.
it was outstanding.
It's a fun town.
You can take a
Go to
ferry
the right
all the way to
places.
Victoria and see the shark gardens.
No, that's true. It's bad timing.
One thing that might be of interest is that your general counsel is now a member of the Academy in the jurisprudence section. She was voted in this time, so. So now we have lots
Lucky
of
you.
members. Yeah, and I told Lee she needs to apply for the next round too. So, I think that's it.
Next,
Next is the National Commission on Forensic Science. Dr. DeMaio is a member, and so is Judge Hervey. So we have two people from Texas. Do you want to talk about your impressions of the meeting in DC?
they're still organizing and it's slow going. I think they're gonna have a strong stress on research, because there's a lot of research people there in the sciences. I don't think that they have sufficient people who are practically involved in the forensic sciences. Just a lot of research people, but, you know, not people who are doing day-to-day forensics.
They did create some subcommittees at the meeting.
Right.
There's a subcommittee for what they're calling critical implementation items, so things that, recommendations they can come out with right away. Very basic things such as if you conduct forensic analysis, you should write a report. I mean, things that aren't gonna really impact Texas because we're already far ahead, but that they feel like they need to say at the national level. So that one's headed up by Dean Gialamas. There's a subcommittee on education and training, and that is co-chaired by Judge Hervey and I believe Professor, pardon? Gates is also co-chairing that, so that will talk about how to effectively train folks all across the nation on forensic science issues. There's a medical legal.
Medical legal, which is interesting. I'm a forensic pathologist and on it, and who do they put as a co-person? A coroner, who of course thinks coroner systems are great. And, you know, and every scientific pronouncement since 1925 says you should abolish the coroner system. But,
Which should be an interesting relationship you have then.
yes, I know. Unfortunately, in Washington DC, I can't carry a gun, so.
Hey, yeah, I don't know that'd be such a good thing for you to do that anyway.
No, actually, the guy is very nice and he's very polite. But the viewpoint is interesting. And the thing with the commission, and I think that has to be said, is it has no power. What we're talking about with forensics, we're talking state power. And they don't have any power of pronouncement. All they have is power of money. And then they can use that on crime labs because they're giving crime labs money. They can't use it on medical legal systems because do you ever hear of any medical legal system getting any significant amount of money?
Federal money?
Yeah.
No.
No, unless you have a crime lab too.
Right. But you're not getting any significant amount of money to medical legal system. So the pronouncements are going to be interesting, the conclusions are going to be interesting, but it's going to be no carrot.
The commission itself, in terms of jurisdiction, they will make recommendations to the Attorney General that will be carried out at the federal labs. And so the theory is that that will have a trickle-down effect to state and county labs. And then, as Dr. DeMaio mentions, they can also try to tie the allocation of federal funds to their recommendations. However, a number of the folks I've talked to in labs say, well, we're not really getting much in the way of federal funds anymore anyway, so it's, you know, if they do the job well, people will want to follow their recommendations. So I was there, Brady Mills was there, who's now the president of ASCLD, and what we talked about and addressed the commission about was, please involve the states in what you do, because otherwise you're going to have very limited ability to impact real change in forensic science in this country,
Right.
because the vast majority of crime labs are at the state and local level. There is a committee that they formed, also a subcommittee, that addresses scientific reporting and testimony, and this was a really hot button item. Half the commission is on this subcommittee. They didn't put sort of rules around how many people per subcommittee, so people just raise their hand. And what they want to do is, from what I understand, is issue some guidance about what the limits of testimony should be when you're describing the forensic principles in the courtroom. So that will be really fascinating, because it's very nebulous at this point. I understand what it is that they're trying to do, but how they're going to be able to get their hands around that issue will be very interesting.
What is the mission of the National Commission?
It's to make recommendations to the Attorney General about forensic science in the
US
federal
Attorney
labs.
General.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, it's federally based because they don't have any state powers. And the thing is that this, you get the feeling it's strong on research, the testimony and such. They want more science, objective science. And so, so that if you do a test in the lab, you better darn well be able to prove, you know, the reliability of it.
So there is that fundamental research component, but as Dr. Mile was saying earlier, you know, where they're going to get the funds to carry out that research is interesting, because there's not an allocation of funding that goes along with the commission's creation for that purpose. They have some administrative funds, but they have a very limited staff. They have 1.5 people staffing it. It's not very many. 1.5.
Right. It's like we had the meeting in, when was it?
February?
February. And so we formed the subcommittee, the medical legal subcommittee. And so we said, well, how should we be organizing and doing things? And they said, we'll get back to you. And they got back to me Monday or Tuesday of this week. And
We try to respond more quickly at the.
What?
In our commission, we try to respond more.
Right, and you know, and the problem is, you know, I was, you know, joking about the coroner thing, but if you're trying to trying to have a scientifically based commission, you should have a lot of scientists on it, and scientists who are practical. And the impression I got was this was not so.
Well, I think the highlight of the meeting was they had been talking about the IWIGs. As you all might recall, Dr. Kerrigan was on an IWIG that dealt with accreditation and certification. And there have been a number of IWIGs that have done a ton of work, really good work, and released some recommendations. And so some of the folks that were familiar with that, who were on the National Commission, were saying, look, let's form these committees, but let's start with the work of the IWIGs, and then we can see what needs to be added to it, or, let's just not start from scratch. There's no reason to do that. And a number of the other scientists on the commission were saying, oh, well, we don't want to just, go along with what's already been done. And basically there was a real discussion of there's real science and then there's forensic science. That was a very clear delineation. And at some point, Dr. DeMaio spoke up and said, I don't know if you think, what do you think, these people are a bunch of dummies? I mean, these are really educated folks who turn out to
Right.
participate in an IWIG, or these are, so you can restate.
I'll tell you right now, all you people here on Crime Labs, after you get up to the number 10, you have to take your shoes off to count above the number 10. That was the feeling you got, right? Come on, be non-diplomatic. It was not, they didn't appreciate forensic science as a science.
I think there will be a lot of tension, certainly. But it'll be a fascinating experience because the scientists, I mean, these folks are genius level. I mean, we're
Right.
talking about Nobel laureates. And,
Right, I think they had
They
one,
have
right?
at least one Nobel laureate on there. I mean, these are serious folks, but they have a lot of learning to do when it comes to forensic science and the criminal justice system generally. So.
Well, they can't go do a test that applies in what we do. I mean, that's,
Well,
that's why they have Nobel
forensic
Prizes.
medicine, right.
Yeah, they have Nobel Prizes because they're very smart, but taking that and putting it into something where you can apply it and do that on tests that you can finally get to a courtroom that doesn't take 8 years for one thing
Right.
is a whole different ballgame.
Well, look at me, you're looking at the total number of physicians in the whole process. And a lot of the people, they're nice people and they're knowledgeable, but they're basic research. And they have marginal forensic experience.
Well,
And
but they
it's-
don't ever have to take it from that research point to where you actually do the test, you go to the courtroom. You
Right.
can't take one case and make 8 years work on it. No one,
Right.
I mean, talk about a backlog. I mean,
Yeah.
You'd never get anything.
But I foresee it is going to evolve as we go forward.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll mix
They're
their
going to
groups.
realize that there has to be changes.
Yeah.
And this basic scientists are going to be totally disinterested.
I think right now
Yeah.
it's very interesting, but it might get boring as they realize what the business of.
Just about
Yeah.
works.
Especially since they don't have any power to implement whatever they're deciding.
Well, I think actually the medical legal committee has got some decent people on it who have actually some experience with it. It's not going to be as scientific as they want. And part of the problem with research is they don't have any, I told them, they don't have any money and you don't have enough people to do research because they're just running to keep up to do the practical work.
Yeah.
At the same time, there are two other national bills right now, federal level bills, one by Senator Rockefeller and one that is a co-sponsored bill by Senator Cornyn from Texas and Senator Leahy from Vermont. Those bills have been circulating. It seems like the bill that Senators Leahy and Cornyn are co-sponsoring has a better chance of passing because it's a bipartisan bill. But that won't even be taken up until the summer, from what I understand from his staff. That creates a separate entity called a Forensic Science Board, which I guess would operate along with the commission somehow. There is an organization of representatives from forensic science laboratories around the country that interact with the federal government on issues of concern to the forensic science community. They are about to put together a chart that basically sets forth all of these different initiatives and shows, how each one impacts forensic practitioners. So when that comes out, it's basically a bill analysis in a sense, you know, lining them one up against the next. I'll circulate it because that will be a really useful tool for people to understand what's happening federally. The only one that's actually got any legs and is moving forward is the National Commission. The others are still ideas, essentially.
Now, I'll tell you one more thing about the medical subcommittee, is that for politically to do anything, it's going to have to get the support of the Cardinals. I mean, that's realism and such. Because if they oppose, you're hitting a political wall, because you've got, what, 2,000 of them? At least 2,000. And they're political people, and so, which forensic pathologists are.
Well, they're elected.
Right.
So they're used to the
Right, so,
voting for office.
so, you have to be realistic in certain ways.
We had a research, one of my students was, his research was what happened to medical examiner after NAS report, or just, you know, what they did after that. And he didn't, I mean, it was very, just a little research, it wasn't thesis or something. And the conclusion he made it, Texas is run by Justice of the Peace, which is their coroner, not the medical examiners. And that time still is there. So, and another conclusion that he made, that we don't have enough pathologists very soon to change it in Texas or any other places. So
That's
the
not
best
true.
thing is to train the Justice of Peaces to be better Justice of the Peaces until we have forensic pathologists to become forensic pathologists and replace them.
No, I disagree with that.
That was,
I think we have enough forensic pathologist offices in this country, in Texas, to go over to a regional system. I actually, a number of years ago, met with a whole, it was supposed to be a meeting of medical examiners and justice of the peace. I was the only medical examiner who showed up. And I asked them how many of them liked doing work and how many of them would be willing not to do the medical legal. And at least half of them said they'd love to get out of it. Because don't forget, they don't get paid for it. It's inconvenient getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning and, you know, and doing things like that. So, but I think we have enough. We really do, you know, if you subdivide the state.
Well, you have to, certain areas are sparsely populated, you know. So
But you don't get many cases.
So you have to ship them. I think I think that it could be done, but I don't know the movement's there for that.
Yeah.
I don't think the MPs are ready for that. We tried to Senator Moncrief, when he was our local senator. There was at least 3 medical examiners opposed to it. Joe was the medical examiner in Harris County, and we had Dr. Bayardo in
Yeah,
Austin.
but they're gone.
They were absolutely against it in those days. 65% of the population is supported by medical examiners office because urban areas all have medical examiner system. So 35% are not supported by medical examiners, but the vast majority of them send cases to the
To
MD
MAs?
office. So we are really supporting it.
Right.
I would say 90% of the cases are being examined by medical examiners that need autopsy. The big issue is that who decides what cases to autopsy.
That is the issue.
That's what
That's
we
where
need
the
to,
big
yes.
problem is, because the
Exactly.
JPs will more than often opt not to do an autopsy because
Yes.
of fiscal.
Costing.
It also depends what month it is. You know, so it's the end of the budget, nobody gets
Yes,
autopsy.
That's
Well, they got
the
paid
issue was.
transport costs to go with the autopsy costs.
Yes.
So, Texas doesn't bother me, but there's lots of other states that have problems.
Judge Hervey, did you want to add anything on the National Commission, or no?
Okay. Which one do you want to hit next? Everybody's here.
Well, we can just go to
Okay, 13.
13. I gave a presentation at the Actual Innocence Seminar at K-Law. It's a wonderful, wonderful facility, and they do a great job there. and got a lot of positive feedback. I'm waiting, I always try to get my evaluations so I can read them and then adjust for the next presentation. I haven't received those yet, but I'll certainly digest them and keep trying to improve. There were lots of great questions, and I was really impressed by the quality of the faculty at that seminar. It's really good. So that's it. on
What
that.
about 9? Was that quick?
9 is pretty quick too. So you all might remember that we did an investigation of the El Paso Police Department Crime Lab and issued a report. At the TACLID meeting this last time in January, one of the laboratory directors asked for, DPS had done an external audit, if you recall, of some cases, and they used some language in that audit that was problematic from this director's perspective because it referred to the particular instrument that was being used as something that is not typically used in forensic facilities. And apparently that's not entirely true. It was problematic in the El Paso case because they weren't using it properly, and in that particular setting, it created a problem. But what she asked is that the commission asked DPS to revise their audit report to reflect the fact that it wasn't an instrument problem, but rather an operation error type problem. So if you look in your materials behind tab 9, DPS has issued a revised audit statement, and the original statement was that the auditors did note that the make and model of the GCMS currently being used by the laboratory was not commonly used in the field of forensic drug analysis, and that it does not facilitate inter-laboratory comparisons, collections, libraries, and results from other forensic labs. And what DPS has revised their statement to say is that the auditors did note that the make model method of the GCMS currently being used by the laboratory was different from those used by most other forensic laboratories in Texas. The auditors believe that this difference may have contributed to the laboratory's inability to share or use GCMS data in inter-laboratory comparisons, collections, libraries, and results from other forensic labs. So what they're trying to do is just clarify the fact that it's not the instrument's fault. It's the way the instrument was being used in that particular setting. And so what we would just do, if you all give us the authorization, is basically change the final report to reflect this revision to DPS's audit, which is an attachment to the El Paso report.
Was this the circumstance where they had a university professor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Tim, did you have a statement?
Since in forensics, we're a little bit more specific than that. They weren't referring to a GC mass spec, they were referring to an ion trap. And the ion trap, it said they couldn't do those things. Typically, ion traps aren't used a lot in forensics, but it is appropriate to use them. Most laboratories use a MSD as opposed to an ion trap. So they were concerned that the statement almost referred to the ion trap as not an appropriate instrument to be used for this particular type of thing. And some laboratories do use it, they're appropriate, but just not, that technology is not what everybody uses. Most people use a GC mass spec. So,
Okay,
I know
so,
it's quibbling, but it has to do with technology, and that was the issue.
so are you saying that this revision is not precise enough that DPS made?
I'm not sure, but you made the statement that it was a mass spec that they were using and that they weren't using the mass
I
spec.
thought it was the ion trap too, but this revision says the auditors did note that the make model method of the GCMS currently being used by the laboratory was different from those used by most other forensic laboratories in Texas.
I'm going based on my memory of the TCLAD meeting and the objection to it. And I can't speak to how the revision was or even of the original language of the report. Just that the issue to my memory was that it had specified an ion trap is not inappropriate for all these reasons, And the particular lab director says, well, we use an ion trap, so we don't want this language to be used against us in court, to be saying you shouldn't be using an ion trap when most laboratories use a mass
GCMSD.
And it is very equivalent because they're very similar in technologies, but they're not exactly the same types of pieces of instruments.
So I think what I should probably do is go back to Forrest and make sure that this is exactly what it is that we need to say. And if you all will give me the authority to do that and re-release this and just make sure that I check with the parties. I remember it being a variant ion trap. And so when you've raised that, Tim, that makes me think I should go back and check with Forrest.
I actually like to.
Okay. Well, do we need to authorize this?
I think a vote would be helpful because it is technically changing an addendum to a commission report.
Someone make a recommendation?
Can
Just say move
can
to do what
we,
Lynn suggested, or is it even more specific?
can we table it for,
We can
just
table
check
it.
it out?
Yeah.
one-
Mhm.
Yeah,
just give
okay,
us
that's an
tips.
easier
Can
way.
Would you table it?
Just
we
table
look
it.
at them and just, I'll look
Yep.
at them because I haven't
That's
looked at
fine,
them.
and Dr.
Okay.
Kerrigan will probably want to look at it.
Yeah, I'd
too.
like to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything more on that page?
Just, can you take a vote to table it to the next meeting?
Okay, someone has to propose. He has a proposal. Second it? Vote? Aye. Okay.
Yeah, we want to make sure we get it right. So.
Okay.
Do you want to go back to number 7, Dr.
What about the other two? Are they, 8?
8 will take me a little bit. 9 we just did, and 10 will take a little bit. So we
Okay, let's go back to 7.
So, the commission last time asked the hair microscopy panel, which consists of Dr. Kerrigan, Dr. Pirwani, Bobby Lehrman, and Richard Albert, to work with the TACLID to bring together a group to review cases and to set up a criteria that the group would use for reviewing cases. And what we did was the TACLID submitted some names, and we chose from those names, and we added someone at the federal level so that we have a municipal lab, a county lab, a state lab, and a federal representative. The members of that review team are Deborah Lind from Pasadena PD, Mike Martinez from Bexar County, Melissa Valdez from DPS, Carrie Oyen from the FBI Crime Lab, Bob Wyckoff from Harris County Public Defender, Jack Rohde, who's the Galveston County DA and also on the board of TDCAA, and Jeff Blackburn from IPOT. So we're very fortunate to have here in the room today 4 members of the review team, 4 of the 7. And the chairs are, the group elected chairs, and they're going to be a co-chair, one a scientific representative and one a legal representative, and that's Mike Martinez and Jeff Blackburn. So they'll be talking with you, but to start with, I kind of wanted to address sort of the process. Lee, if you could put the flow chart up there, that would be great. Hopefully y'all can read it. This flow chart that we're about to show basically is the result of the review team's work, and then I'll turn it over to the chairs. But let me just walk you through it so you can understand if you have any questions. So we talk about step 1 is to obtain key analytical conclusions for each case on the list. So what does that mean? We have lists of cases, right? The cases are cases that we pulled from appellate case searches through Lexis. And what we did was we ran a search for the word hair within 75 words of either MICROS with an exclamation point, so any word containing micros, or any word containing ANAL. So the idea being it would be microscope, microscopy, analyst, anything like that, analytical. So we have that list, that's about 118 cases at this point. We also have the list of cases that we've received from the laboratories. As you might recall, there are 20 crime laboratories in the state of Texas, including 12 DPS laboratories that have done hair microscopy work. They all sent a letter to the commission expressing their support through the TACLID for this review process and requesting that the commission include the subject matter experts that they recommended in the review process, and that if the commission is going to conduct any future discipline-based reviews, that we consult with the TACLID so they can do the same thing in the future. So the crime labs have been really proactive in submitting their lists to us. Some labs have a very tiny number of cases. For example, Pasadena PD had 8 cases. They gave them all to us with explanations of the findings in each case. There are other laboratories like Swiss, like the DPS system, that have lots and lots of cases. So as you recall, we asked the labs to give us estimates of how much it would cost them to do the very initial phase of the capture process. And what that is asking the labs for every decade where they performed hair microscopy cases to pull 10 cases in consecutive order. So not hand-picking the cases, but basically just pulling them out of the files in the order that they appear. From that process, and you can see this is in your materials, we have the 118 cases that we pulled from Lexis Appellate Search, and we have about 319 cases from the laboratories. That number is a little higher than what appears in your chart, just because between the time that I sent you this and now, DPS has sent us a couple more lists, so that's why we have the numbers we do. So we're starting off with about 300 cases generated by the laboratories themselves, plus another 118 from the appellate case search. So these are cases. Some of the laboratories took the step to look at the case files and determine whether the case had what we call a positive probative association. Now these terms will have to be defined a little bit more by the review team, but basically what we're talking about is cases where you are saying something about an unknown. In other words, cases that go beyond victim's hair found on victim's jacket. It would be something like, hair from crime scene found on victim's jacket, or hair from suspect's vehicle found on, in victim's purse, or something that connects someone to a crime scene, essentially. So some of the laboratories have given us that type of a list, and others are just giving us all their cases. So for example, with DPS, we're entering into an interagency agreement where we're going to get actual copies of their lab reports. Other laboratories are just giving us the language excerpt from the lab report. So it varies from lab to lab. But what we're looking for are the key analytical conclusions. So eliminating any cases where you don't have a positive probative association is the first step. And then what we'll do is say, okay, was there a positive association? If no, we stop the review. If yes, we answer the following questions. Was the report language worded appropriately, and was there limiting language on the report? The idea behind that is, in most of the cases where you see the analysis exceeding the scope of what the science permitted, it's in testimony, not in the report language itself. But we did see some cases, in one example, where the report language was of concern also. So we're going to ask these questions for the labs that can provide us that without too much hardship. Then what we're going to do is identify the outcome of the criminal case. So was anyone convicted? Because if nobody was convicted, we stop. There's no point in continuing. Then we ask, so IPOT and TCDLA and TDCA will be doing this work together. This is where the lawyers really come in, and they have to do the lion's share of the work, because the labs have no way of knowing whether the person was convicted. In fact, the laboratories in some cases don't have the name of the suspect. Some cases they do, some cases they don't. Some cases they have victim name, some cases they've got nobody's name. So it just varies case to case. So then we're going to ask, was it by trial or plea? And this is important because that tells us whether there was testimony in the case or not. If convicted by plea, as long as there's no issue with the report itself, then the analysis stops there, because we have no way of knowing to what extent the hair played any role in a conviction by plea. If by trial, then we're going to ask whether DNA testing was performed either during the case or post-conviction. And did the DNA testing render the hair evidence moot? I mean, was there a dispositive conclusion because of DNA testing so that we don't need to go back and look at hair? Here's, one example. There was hair analysis in the Michael Morton case, but we're not going to go back and look at that because DNA testing had a dispositive result in that case. If DNA was not performed or the result did not render the hair evidence moot, then we move on and notify the prosecution and defense, and we try to obtain a transcript. Obtaining a transcript is going to be a big challenge. We'll try to get the transcripts through the prosecutor's offices if they have them. They may not always have them. It may be difficult to reach them. We may have to buy some transcripts. So we're going to have to talk about whether there's an expense associated with that, whether the attorneys can help manage those expenses. We'll have to talk about that. But that's a little ways down the road. We have this little side box which contains the notification protocol. That is something that's under development right now in collaboration with the Criminal Justice Integrity Unit. They'll be meeting on May 1st, as Judge Hervey mentioned. They're very interested in trying to develop a coordinated notification protocol for forensic issues that come up, but also for a whole host of issues that arise in the criminal justice system. And because we're such a huge state, and because we don't have a ton of central organization right now, it's really hard to understand whether defendants are getting notice based on whether they happen to be, say, in a rural county with not very many resources, or in an urban situation where there's a Bob Wyckoff. We call our letter the Wyckoff letter because in the Salvador cases, it was the Harris County PD's office who issued one of the first model letters to defendants who might be convicted. And so we're going to use that letter in part to create how and their process we'll use to inform how we do this layer of notification. But that piece is still a work in progress. So then, once the notification piece has been done, we continue on to step 4, which is assessing the significance of the evidence to the case outcome. This is something that the federal review is not doing, but that we in Texas are doing based in large part from lessons learned during the arson review. And so this is looking out for cases that can be eliminated because, let's just use the following scenario as an example. Homicide, man shoots victim in front yard, broad daylight, 9 friends and family members all standing around watching this, no question as to identity of the shooter. They just examined the hair because they collected a whole bunch of evidence and they're examining absolutely everything. In those situations, IPOT will have the discretion to say, we're not going to look at that case. We're not just looking for cases for the sake of looking for errors. We're trying to find cases where where the hair review could have impacted the outcome. So we're leaving this up to IPOT because we feel like they have the most credibility to make that assessment in a way that is not going to be unduly limiting to defendants. But because defendants will get notification at the step before that, if they disagree with IPOD's assessment, they'll be able to contact and say, hey, you know, I think it was relevant to the outcome, or significant, or sufficiently significant that you should look at the testimony. So then we continue on to the key piece, which is assessing the testimony. And how are we going to assess it? Well, you might recall from the presentations that were done at the federal level that they're categorizing errors in 3 error categories. And Norm Reamer went through all of those error categories in some detail. The review team decided that they didn't want to do error categories because it seems like, talking with folks who've been going through that process, they spend more time arguing about which category the thing belongs into, instead of just saying, okay, let's ask the critical questions and answer them for each case, and who cares what the category is. So here are the key questions. Did the testimony contain a statement of identification? Did the testimony assign probability or statistical weight? Did the testimony contain any other potentially misleading statements or inferences? So what we're really trying to hone in on is an assessment of the facts of that case. Then we continue on. After these questions are answered, we'll alert the key stakeholders of the findings. And then if the answer to the questions was no, we'll just tell them we looked at the case and we have determined that essentially there's no further need to review this. There's no problem with the testimony. If the answer to any of the questions was yes, the letter will describe what the findings were. And then the final step will be for the commission to issue a report describing the process and the findings of the team, with a particular focus on the lessons learned from the process, both in terms of how to conduct this type of review effectively, and also from the perspective of, you know, what lessons can we learn or what lessons can the forensic community learn about testimony when you're looking at something that's a comparison type science. And there are a number of other policy issues that I think will be discussed in that report that will be really helpful for the community. So that's our draft flow chart. Dr. Kerrigan ordinarily would have presented this, but she's out of the state at the moment. But we do have our co-chairs here, so I don't know, Mike and Jeff, if you wanted to add anything.
Well, the only thing that I wanted to add is it's we're doing this as a proactive educational endeavor. We need to make sure that we understand for the media as well as the public awareness that this isn't junk science. Okay? We're not contesting the validity of the science. We're simply looking at the testimony of the examiners for these particular cases. And so I think it's really important that the commission comes up with some type of media statement or whatnot that we can put on this great new website that we have that relays this message. As far as additional information, I was able to find out recently that I was able to provide to Lynn, and that was, in the past, there hasn't been very many schools or areas or training as far as hair examination. The FBI has really stood out, and I'm referring to the FBI Academy, as providing hair and fiber examination to forensic examiners. We, in Bexar County, were able to find training manuals from 4 different examiners from 2005 back to 1979. What was interesting is that in those findings of the terminology and how the FBI has trained the examiners since then has really changed. And in there, what was really important is that we never said, or they never taught that hair examination should be used as a means of individualization. And that's the biggest thing that was taking place, especially with the FBI's review. So.
You know, the number one objective that we've got here, the immediate objectives, the ones that Lynn outlined, but the The deeper objective is, I think we're gonna prove that a state can do this, this kind of exhaustive analysis of a large number of cases on its own, and using its own rules, its own experiences, and its own people. That's very important, because I think when this began, you know, those of you all that heard Norm Reimer from the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, if you had heard them, they acted like they had it all figured out, along with Barry Scheck and the rest of them. And we began to look at it, and I think we figured out we could do better than that. And this flow chart represents a much better approach and a much more reasonable one. Now, on a practical level, what Nick and I are doing right now is recruiting an army to work these cases. And it's kind of, you know, running an innocence project is like a lot like running a cotton farm. It's sort of seasonal. You know, you kind of, there's certain times that you got to go get people, and we've got to go get them. I mean, we've got some students lined up. We're going to go see a law firm in Houston next week and make a presentation to them. They're very interested, and I think we're going to get some money from them too, which is good. We're going to meet with some lawyers in Houston. So we're at that stage. It's going to take time. It's going to, frankly, be a lot more taxing for us than the arson review, but we'll get it done. And, you know, we'll cobble together the volunteers that are necessary to go through these transcripts and do it. And I'm convinced that at the end of it, we're going to find out there's not a major disaster. And like Mike said, it's not all junk science. I think that we're going to find out examiner by examiner. We'll see some trends. We'll come up with a really useful product that will influence the course of work for a long time in the future. It's going to mean something. It's going to matter. But that's our objective. Well, I think we've got it all shared, and I'm glad to see we've got a prosecutor, Jack Rodion, who's a very open-minded guy, very good guy. Bob, I've known for many years, is not that open-minded or good, especially now that he has a letter named after him. Wow. I never knew a guy that had a letter named after him. But we're doing really, this is gonna, I think, wind up a good product to be. And more important though, it's gonna take, that flow chart is gonna change a little bit. I'm really sure of it. We're gonna find out that the capture methods we're using now are gonna have to be changed and altered. That's just the nature of this. The hard thing is we gotta keep real careful notes. And Mike, Nick, not known for that, but we've got to really, this time I want us to like make a real journal of everything we do chronologically, so that at the end of it we can make better sense out of it and really come up with something that will have some general value. In the meantime, thank God Judge Herpy has really thrown in with us, and she came to our meeting in Houston. She was there. The Criminal Justice Integrity Unit has more moral authority than anybody else in the state, really, in terms of criminal justice reform. And I think in terms of access to resources is non-paralleled. So I think if we pioneer a really good method that we all agree on for defendant notification out of this, that's something that is going to be used in case after case, disaster after disaster, and I think it will be something that other states will be able to use as well. So we're going to make some real history happen. That's it. Thank you.
I should have mentioned at the outset that the purpose is not to do an analysis by the commission about whether hair microscopy is good science or not. That is not going to be part of the review. We don't have the resources to do it, and on top of it, that is something that I think they'll be looking at when they look at various research items at the National Commission. All we'll be doing is looking at, you know, what was said in this case, and does it exceed the scopes of what we know can be said about this type of forensic analysis or not. So that's an important piece of it. We do have two other members of the review team here. Did you all want to add anything, or?
Only thing I would add is that not only do these notification letters affect crime lab problems that erupt, but this week in Harris County, the district attorney's office sent out a letter to everyone that's been affected by a recent statute that was held unconstitutional. And they felt the need to send out a letter And then we're following up on that. So there are other situations that will employ the same methodology, same notification.
Judge Hervey? So we'll be attending the Criminal Justice Integrity Unit meeting to talk about notification and answer any questions they might have. Melissa, did you have anything?
The only thing I had to add was another component of this that we did discuss during that meeting was contributions during testimony or during the court proceedings from the attorneys and from the judges, and that perhaps that could have a contribution to the overall outcome of the case. And while it's not specifically listed in that flow chart, that if it comes up during the review, it would certainly be considered and could find its way into the final report. So I think it's important not to overlook that aspect of this review as well, since we've got all this data at our fingertips, that it should certainly be considered.
I think what we'll be talking about, to be clear about that point, is not necessarily highlighting, Prosecutor X, you misstated the scientist's testimony in this particular case, but rather just if there are patterns of that type of stuff that develops, it will be sort of highlighted in the final report. I think we would have a really hard time if we start case by case pointing out the shortcomings of individual attorneys on either side of the case. I think we'd have a really hard time getting buy-in from anybody if we tried to do that.
You don't want to offend the people.
But there is some merit, though, if we do see that, maybe it's the one case I've reviewed so far that I have a transcript for. It was the bench. It was a judge who said, the hair analyst found X, and I'm looking at it thinking that's not really what he said. It really isn't. So, if there are patterns like that, we can talk about it as an educational issue. Judge Hervey?
And I asked Lynn to point those out to us so that we can use those as educational examples. Because there would be so much more involved than just a statement. All kinds of procedural things that would be involved, but those things would be very important for education of the bench and bar. Anyway, if you'll excuse us, I have a conference call to go to the Fifth Circuit since they have like superior authority. I better go. So we appreciate you allowing us to attend, and you're doing great work, and we appreciate it. We'll look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you, Judge Hervey. So I think, unless there are any other comments from the folks in the audience, or do we have a question? I think we probably need 2 votes from the commission. One would be to approve the process flow that I put up there if you all are in agreement with it. And the second one would be to approve the review team that the hair microscopy panel put together. And I told you the members and the chairs and so forth. So any questions about either of those? Or
Someone will make the proposal? I'm not allowed.
I'll make a proposal that we accept the flow chart that was promoted and listed here in the sequence of the analysis, and also that we, I guess, do we have to vote on that one and then do a second?
Let's vote on that first.
I second that.
Aye? Nay? Passed.
Then I make a second proposal that we accept the committees that have been listed and proposed to us for the review and the chairs.
Second.
Aye? Nay?
all right. And we'll keep giving you updates. The review team will meet again between now and the next commission meeting, and the chairs will present at every meeting. I think as they get more into the meat of their work, there probably will be a separate hair microscopy panel meeting that will happen probably the afternoon before. But for this initial one, we didn't feel like it was necessary, and we needed to present all of the information to the full commission anyway. So we'll move forward on that.
Okay. Well, let's go over number 8.
Okay, so this is an update on the self-disclosure that came from DPS in Houston on what is commonly referred to as the Salvador cases. Since the last meeting, the Court of Criminal Appeals released a really important decision in Ex parte Leroy Edward Cody. Judge Hervey wrote the opinion of the court, and we actually have one of the main litigants here, Bob Wyckoff, who briefed the issue and argued the issue before the court on behalf of Mr. Cody. So let me try to give you as clear of a summary as I can of the court's decision. What the court did was it had asked the parties to brief the question of what happens when you have a forensic scientist who commits misconduct in one case. In what situation should that misconduct lead the court to assume a due process violation in other casework that individual examiner was responsible for? So you have, in Salvador's situation, close to 5,000 drug cases that he worked. The cases where misconduct were found were not Mr. Cody's case, but because Mr. Salvador's work had been found to be unreliable in other cases, when should the court sort of have that bleed over to affect the rights of defendants in other cases? So what the court did was it articulated essentially a two-prong test. Under the first prong, and this is going to get a little legally, so excuse me, but if you have questions, I'm sure that Bob can answer them. But if the applicant, so in this case it would be the defendant, shows that the examiner's work is unreliable in a case, so in the Salvador case, they're able to show that, the court is going to infer that the evidence in another case that doesn't involve the wrongdoing is what's called false, and that's under a legal standard and a line of cases referred to as false evidence claims. So they will assume that the evidence is false if the applicant shows 5 different things. One is that the examiner, the forensic examiner, is a state actor. 2, that the examiner has committed multiple instances of intentional misconduct in another case or cases. We don't know what multiple means, if it's 2, if it's 16, but just they use the word multiple. The misconduct, so the examiner must be the same examiner who worked the other case where misconduct was found. The misconduct has to be the same type of misconduct that would have affected the evidence in the applicant's case. And the examiner handled and processed the evidence in the applicant's case within roughly the same period of time as when the misconduct was committed. So we don't know what that means. Does that mean a month? Does that mean 2 years? Does that issue has not been determined yet by the court. So if the applicant can show those 5 elements, then the court will assume that the evidence is false under that false evidence claim criteria, and then the burden shifts to the state to prove that the evidence actually wasn't false. Now that's a pretty tough burden because it's hard to sort of prove a negative. But what ends up happening is the court then moves to a second prong of the test, and that second prong requires that the applicant show that the evidence in question was material to the conviction. And this is where the state gets to introduce other evidence in the case. So let's say there was a dog sniff, there's video of the arrest, there's a field test, there's any number of things. A judicial confession, I suppose, would come into play there. If the state can show that the false evidence was not material, then the state still prevails. So I know that's a whole lot of confusing legalese, but the bottom line is that the court has articulated a two-prong test for these cases. Now, because they didn't define a lot of the terms, especially under the criteria in the first prong of the test, those issues will have to be litigated. So I know, for example, the Harris County PD and the Harris County DA's office and some of the other folks who've been affected by these cases right now are briefing in other cases, you know, what did the court mean when they said these words? What do they mean by multiple instances of misconduct? What do they mean by the same general time period when the misconduct occurred? So we should get some more guidance out of the first level of appellate courts and then out of the Court of Criminal Appeals ultimately.
Does this, in this case, by virtue of the analyst's actions, taint the evidence that precludes reanalysis? Or is that a separate thing altogether? Because I know with some of the outcome of this particular individual that there was no attempt to reanalyze. They just decided to withdraw the decision.
You mean Cody himself?
No, I'm talking about with the analyst. If
so-
using this, could you go back and reanalyze to confirm the veracity of the results, or is that by virtue of that being, is that considered tainted evidence, is no longer eligible for reanalysis?
Right. The applicant will not, the inmate generally, or the person convicted, will not be able to show the evidence was material if the state retests it and it confirms self-coercion.
Okay, so there's still an option they can do that if
Oh,
they
yeah,
decide.
and just in passing, in Harris County, the district attorney's office has conceded the presumption of it being false evidence in all cases, realizing that they're almost always going to prevail in the second part. Although, like if you have, like in Mr. Cody's case, the cocaine was in a very unique packaging. There was a field test. There was a dog sniff. Those are the types of things they're pointing to say, even if we could presume for the moment that it was false evidence, we're showing you it wasn't material because the retesting that shows it was cocaine is, it establishes that the mistake, if any, wasn't material.
I got you, okay.
What they're doing there, though, is they're going to agree to new trials in every case where the evidence has been destroyed. And there was nothing more than a plea of guilty. There was none of that other stuff.
Right.
So, but in the other cases, like we have one with a lot of pills with unique markings. I don't know what I'm going to argue. I mean, the pills are still there. It's clearly the same stuff. It's been retested. So that guy is going to lose his case. Cody is still up in the air because of the nature of cocaine. It's fungible. You know for sure it's the same cocaine, no matter what else is true. But who knows?
But if it's destroyed, then
If it's destroyed, they're going to go ahead and agree to relief.
So what ends up happening is the person, the applicant's outcome is very much dependent on whether there's evidence left to retest.
Then, when the court gave the 5 reasons under prong number 1, as you called it, what was the court basing those 5 reasons on? Was it says we hold that, is that a truth they're holding it? Universal truth, or based on science, or based on what?
I think they based it on what they learned during oral argument and the briefing. I'm not sure that,
Did they explain why they chose those 5 criteria?
why those particular 5, I don't know that they,
You know, reading between the lines, I think what they did here is they had to come up with some way to address the problem that the defendant himself would have a heck of a time trying to show that there was misconduct in his case as he's sitting in a prison unit or as some individual somewhere when the DPS or whatever technician it is, when they have custody of the drugs and the problem emanated from them, arguably, if there was a problem. So they tried to craft a solution whereby you could assume this sort of falsity while at the same time letting the lab prove that there was no problem in this case.
But I don't
So-
think they articulate why those particular 5.
They just came up with it.
Yeah. You know, why not another 5? Why not?
It does establish a pattern of behavior, though. And so
Yeah.
you make the assumption that if this was the behavior of this individual in all these instances, it probably carries over to the next.
But the burden is enormous. I mean, how often does this happen, all those things? I mean, an employee's on the last lab because doing.
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
How often does this occur that an employee or a technician in a lab is going to do all those things for a long time, you know? So the burden placed on the defendant is extremely high, and then it gives the state a way out from the second prong, basically.
I think that some would say that's exactly what it does. I mean, I do think that, you know, if you just use the Salvador case as an example, I mean, clearly, number 1 is satisfied, he's a state actor. Number 2, multiple instances of intentional misconduct. Well, we know that there are facts that show that there were other problems with his work. It's just the way the courts read that requirement. How much are they going to require in order for that to be satisfied? Is it going to be that every other one of his cases he's got a problem, or is it going to be some smaller number? And we just don't know that yet. Same thing with how big of a time frame are they going to consider the action. You know, if I was arrested in 2003 and then find out that Mr. Salvador or some examiner committed misconduct in 2001, is that going to be a short enough window or not? We just don't know yet. Have you had any of these cases resolved or not yet?
Cody will be the first one, and we argue that on the 14th of April in the trial court.
You will argue it? Okay.
Yes, as to which findings the court will adopt that will then go up to the Court of Criminal Appeals. Court of Criminal Appeals sent it back for further fact-finding, and so they'll get it right. But on the temporal issue of when the misconduct took place, a good example of why this is a concern and it makes sense is that there was a forensic scientist in Washington who was an excellent forensic scientist, and then he had some sort of terrible back injury, and he started taking drugs to address his pain, so that there was a clear point after which the misconduct began, and they didn't want to throw out all the cases that were properly analyzed when he was fine. So there are situations where I guess somebody goes bad or gets sloppy, maybe something goes on. So
I think but the challenge in cases, because it's such a high volume discipline, like DPS is retesting these cases, but they have certainly not gotten through all of their retesting. So the defendant is arguing the amount of misconduct and the timeline around it without actually having all of the results of the retesting yet. So what happens if, if the defendant submits briefing that says Salvador committed 3 acts of misconduct that we know of, or 3 acts that the laboratory believes are questionable in terms of his work, and then 6 months later, they've reanalyzed an additional 350 cases and find out that, oh, wait, there's another couple that are just like the first one. And what happens if the court said, well, 3 wasn't enough, but 5 would have been? So the timing of the retesting is really tricky.
Well, I think that's why the state conceded that aspect and just moved to the second phase where they just show there's other evidence. I think that's probably an approach a lot of them would take, but I think as much as I see the concern, but what I think is good about the 5 steps is it does allow us to look at the particular circumstances and distinguish a situation like you just mentioned, where there was a great work and then a known issue, and then it deteriorated, as opposed to where we were before the court's opinion, which was that they're all bad. Which made no logical or scientific sense. So I think what you're going to, I'm inclined to think that a lot of offices will do just the same thing, is they will focus their energy on the second one, And the only exception would be a situation where where it's over. At the first step, there's no other evidence, there's no way to get to that second step. And then they might try to litigate in that area, but there's never going to be a bright line rule. I mean, the courts rarely give us, it wasn't an accident they didn't define all these terms, because it's going to be up to the judges. I mean, they're going to look at the evidence of the situation, but I think a lot of it's going to involve, because of the resources, I think a lot of these are going to be disposed of internally. I think there's going to be decisions made from the state standpoint, because they don't have unlimited resources either, that we're just going to, these are a wash, and we're going to focus on these. So to me, I thought the court's approach, I think they did a good job of kind of taking a little bit from both sides' arguments and come to their decision. And we have some guidance now, and now it's really just a matter of, and if it doesn't work well, if there are inadequacies, if the burden is too high, then it's fluid. Then there'll be another case that'll go up, and the court will then adjust and change their standards. But I think as a starting point, I think both sides get something to work with.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was how Harris County was handling it, but I think if prosecutors follow that lead, then what you're really looking at is, is the evidence retested and what does it say? And based on that, that's how they'll move forward.
Well, it's unique to Salvador, of course. They're conceding this in Salvador to get cases moved, number one, and just given the nature of Salvador, but I don't know that.
But it is a general application.
Yes.
Right. Well, if it's there may be a more egregious one out there where someone is purposely and decidedly, making efforts to change the outcome of cases, or there may be one that's even more innocuous. It has to.
Massachusetts.
It's going to depend on the particular circumstances of the analyst. But yeah, I was pleased with the decision. I thought it certainly was better than the impression that these cases are just gone, when there was no opportunity to show what the process should be about, which is there truth behind the charges?
Well, Lynn's was involved in that Massachusetts thing with, what, 20 years? She's
They actually did release the report in the Annie Dugan case, the Office of Inspector General, and they referred to the Forensic Science Commission.
Oh, they did, good.
Because I had gone up there and met with them. They just have such a huge mess up there that, the courts are still struggling, and, they have to just go down to the basics, which is all of the crime labs in the state of Massachusetts should be accredited. That's the level of basic stuff we're talking about. You would think, being from there, I can say this, they fancy themselves quite a sophisticated state, but when it comes to these issues, it's shocking how little progress they have made when you look at them compared, for example, to Texas. Damn liberals.
Well,
Right.
well, they have the same problem with their medical examiner's office, too.
So there is something else on the Salvador cases that I wanted to raise. We did have the cocaine case that came to our attention, and what the commission had decided to do was to wait until the retesting is done to issue an addendum report on additional corrective actions that have come through as a result of the retesting. I'm going to describe a methamphetamine case that has come to our attention. I'm probably going to not say it right, but I'm going to try my absolute best. So this was a methamphetamine case that had 3 exhibits. The first exhibit was a solid sample. The second exhibit was a bottle containing liquid hydrochloric acid. And the third exhibit was liquid in a bottle that was taken from a can of lighter fluid confiscated by law enforcement. And so on that third exhibit, what Salvador did was he ran both a GCMS and what's called a UV absorbance curve. And both of those tests were consistent with methamphetamine. But the GCMS had what they refer to as noise, so it had 20 smaller peaks in addition to the methamphetamine peak. And the folks in the lab said that they would have also expected to see that same noise in the UV absorbance curve that was run on the exhibit. For the first exhibit, he had indicated in his notes that he ran a base to chloroform extraction. However, he did not indicate that in his notes for the third exhibit that was the liquid exhibit, not the solid state. So what they're concerned about is that they would have expected to see the same adulterants or noise in that UV absorbance curve, and they don't see that. There are a couple of explanations possibly for this. Okay, so one is that he actually did perform the same type of extraction with Exhibit 3 that he did with Exhibit 1, he just failed to document it. If that was the case, then you wouldn't see that noise. That would be taken out. The second explanation is that those impurities were organic in nature and remained immiscible with this acid solvent for the UV, but they think that's less likely. The third explanation is that he just took a pure sample and used that for his results in exhibit number 3, which is the misconduct type explanation, which would be the same type of explanation as in the alprazolam incident that started this entire thing. I think, I talked to Dr. Kerrigan about it. She's not here, unfortunately. She will be next meeting. I think that most people feel like the greatest likelihood of explanation is a failure to document on his part, that he probably did perform the same extraction that he did with Exhibit 1, but he failed to document it. In any event, the way to figure it out is to retest the evidence. But when they went back to pull the evidence, it had leaked. So they can't retest that evidence, so they had to reissue a whole new report and do a disclosure to the DA. The DA, in turn, disclosed under his Brady obligations. So this is where we are with this particular case. So this will be added to those items that are corrective actions that are listed in the addendum report. And I just wanted to explain that to folks. Pat Johnson isn't here, so if I misspoke, I don't have anybody to correct me. But I do think, I took pretty detailed notes, and I do think that's a pretty accurate description of what they found and what the possible explanations for it would be.
Well, we have an expert, so what
What do you think, Dr. Mulciani?
I think retesting is the best thing, which we have to do it. We cannot do it, I don't know. But some of the adulterant might not show in that UV or get under the same thing. So it's that UV is not as specific as a GCMS. So that's possible that he did it, and GCMS is still the same.
Yeah. So those were the three explanations. The last one being the more nefarious of them. But I think that most people looking at this believe that it was a failure. It was sloppiness on his part. But we don't know, and we can't know because we don't have the evidence to retest. So that's the status of that methamphetamine case. And that's all we have. They are in the process of continuing the retesting. They had suspended it, waiting for ex parte Cody to come down, and now the prosecutors are back on them again to do, submitting requests for retesting, so they are devoting resources to that.
Can I ask about that?
Sure.
Is the commission necessarily apprised of all the retesting?
Yes.
I mean, they're supposed to tell you.
Yes.
And it seems like, without knowing for sure, different counties are approaching that differently as to the need for retesting. I believe that in Fort Bend, for example, they're retesting every case.
Right.
In Harris County, they're not. They're only retesting matters that come up when a post-conviction writ is filed. So do you have a number for the number of cases that have been retested?
I think it's right now, the last that I checked, it was about 500 cases.
500 out of 5,000?
Yeah, so it's really only about 10%. Now, quite a bit of the evidence has been destroyed, so it's not available for retesting.
Right.
I would estimate that anywhere between 25 and 50% is not available for retesting. So you're already down at half the possible samples. But this does impact the analysis that we discussed earlier when you're trying to figure out quantity of issues with his work. You're looking at what's available.
Sure. But thus
Now-
far, it's been very few problems with Salvador. As when they, you know, I mean, that's, any are too many, but in terms of documented instances of problems we've come up with,
Well, the first report that the commission issued had 7, I think, corrective actions in addition.
I'm sorry, I should have, intentional misconduct.
Intentional misconduct or facts that could lead one to wonder about intentional misconduct. It would be only that cocaine case, which I think they felt like followed possibly a similar pattern as the Alprazolam case, but you got a Brady notice on that, right?
I did.
And then this methamphetamine is the next one where they said, we just don't know. But here are the facts as we see them. Here is the situation.
But fairly, we're not seeing anything like, anything close to Annie Dukin, where
No.
she went out of her way to create problems. Yeah.
No, and I think it is a credit to the state of Texas because I don't think you could get away with Annie Dukin type misconduct in this state's crime labs. Those who run crime labs know better than I, but with the accreditation standards that are in place, it would be very difficult to pull that kind of thing off, I think. But we do get updates periodically from DPS, and those are subject to the Public Information Act. So when people ask us, you know, what the status of retesting, I always try to be responsive and let them know what it is that we've seen come in. You know, and DPS also releases that pursuant to the Public Information Act. They contact the prosecutors issue Brady notices from what we know so far. That's it.
So want to go on to number 10?
Yeah, number 10 is the Forensic Development Committee update, and this was scheduled to have been led by Dr. Eisenberg and Dr. Kerrigan, but I'll do my best. I think we kind of need to move forward with it.
Okay, let's go.
So I'm going to go with the easy ones first, and then we'll come back to the certification initiative. We've had, as you recall, you authorized funding for the West Virginia University Leadership Academy to be extended in North Texas and then in the Houston area. We did the one in Fort Worth. Thank you to the Tarrant County ME's office because they arranged the space. I read the evaluations for that, and people really seemed to enjoy it. And I know you both had folks in your lab there. Did you get feedback from it?
I thought they thought it was good.
Mm-hmm. So I think we're going to do the same thing.
I had one of my supervisors felt slighted because this was supposedly the second tier supervisors. So she said, I wasn't invited to the first, I was only invited to the second.
Well, the first was basically lab directors, you know. Anyway, I guess we shouldn't make that comment at the next one. But so we're doing one in Houston at August 18th and 19th, and Houston, I guess it's no longer Houston PD, Houston LGC will be hosting that for us. So that has been going well. So we also talked about a collaboration on web-based training with the state of New York. They have gone ahead and they have a new ethics training that Dr. Paul Voss has put together, which I'm told is excellent. They are going to be making that available to all Texas examiners. They think it'll take them about 30 days to get that up. They also have a presentation on ASCLD Lab's guiding principles that will be available to all Texas examiners. As soon as they've worked out the technical logistics behind that, we will be distributing it to the TACLID so that they can get their members to watch. I think what they're going to do is give one password to every lab, and then the labs can decide how they want to to put the training out there to their folks.
Would the attendees get credits, and do we have CME credits for doctors? We require 1 credit.
We
Ethics.
can check into CME credit. We haven't looked at that yet.
You have to get it through university, though.
Well, we can,
Yeah, you're right.
we can see,
No, but medical school, I think, not just plain university.
I know you can get it through, like JPS Hospital is accredited to give credits. We get AMA Category 1 credits, one of the conferences we have. But we would very much like to attend it, my doctors to attend it, but we do want a CME credit.
okay. I can check into that. We haven't yet, but we can do that. So there's something else that we were thinking of, or at least the Forensic Development Committee was thinking of. We had talked about having ETL Drawer do cognitive bias training, but every proposal that we've looked at has been really, really expensive, like tens and tens of thousands of dollars. So the committee thought that one way to approach it might be to have Ron Singer do an introduction to cognitive bias lecture that would be free to Texas and New York examiners. He's not going to charge us very much money to do it, comparatively speaking, certainly. And he is in the process of putting a curriculum together, and that way we can have him at least have the introductory concepts out there, and then if we want to have Dr. Drawer in as a follow-up, we can do that at a later time. So that was, I think, is that a fair description?
Yeah, that's what we had decided.
And
So,
he said to me that he is working on that, and he'd be very happy to do it.
and I think Ron has done quite a bit of research into the area himself, and can certainly do the introductory concepts in a way that people, I think, will be receptive to. We would probably have him do it in a live setting and record it so that there's interaction. But the committee really felt like he could do a good job, so we might as well start in Texas and then go from there. The other thing that's happening is we are paying for Dr. Paul Speaker from the Foresight program to come down to the next TACLID meeting. What he will be doing, the TACLID will meet in the first half of the day at UNT Health Science Center, and the second half of the day, the laboratories that are interested in Foresight will meet with Dr. Speaker and try to figure out a way to fashion a Foresight program that is specific to Texas laboratories so that the laboratories can be entering the same data, sharing the same information, and what they're going to try to explore with him is if there are ways to craft data fields that aren't as onerous as what is currently required by Foresight, because it's quite, I mean, you have to put in like how much do you have to pay for the toilet paper in your bathroom kind of detail. It's really, really detailed. So they're trying to figure out a way to get critical data in there to make sure that all the Texas labs are putting the same type of data, so they're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. And so I think that'll be a really neat meeting for folks to participate in. And the TACLID had asked us for that, so he'll be coming June 27th to UNT Health Science Center. The other thing that we need approval on is, so the TACLID had also requested that the commission set aside some funds to support ASCLD lab assessor training. It's very expensive for examiners to become approved, I guess, or certified. I'm not sure if they give them a certificate or what it is, but for them to become qualified to be assessors is very expensive. But I think the labs feel like it's a really valuable process. They go through 4 days of pretty intensive training on the standards that ASCLD Lab has. So the Forensic Development Committee talked about it, and they would like to put forward $10,000 toward that. That the idea would be that the money would go to to ASCLD Lab, but that the TACLID would be responsible for allocating that money among interested people from the labs in a way that is equitable, but we would leave it up to them to do that. And then if that works out, maybe we can fund additional trainings in the future, but we would start out with 10 grand and then go from there. And I know Aaron was one of the folks who suggested that. So did you want to add anything to the value of that for the labs, or?
The only thing that I would add is that obviously, ASCLD Lab is kind of the biggest player in terms of accreditation in the state of Texas, at least at this point in time. There are others, but ASCLD Lab is kind of the biggest as of right now. But the other, it has value because all accreditation is based on 17025, which is the underlying document, that accreditation is based on. So the training is in the understanding of ISO 17025 and the ability to audit and assess. It helps the laboratories in knowing what the standards are. It helps it strengthens the quality of the work because it gets the assessors actually thinking about how things function in their laboratory or maybe improving the process. So that's the reason why I proposed it, because you say the more individuals that are better trained on what the standards are and in the assessment process, I think it only helps to help improve the quality of the interlaboratory function. And
there is a demand for it. I asked Pat Johnson, just because DPS is the biggest laboratory, and he said that they would have at least 20 people who would want to go. So obviously they won't all be able to attend this first round, but if we put some support in that direction, then I think, that will help send more people. I know I talked to Dr. Howe, she's very interested. There are a number of labs, APD, Bexar County. So,
Man,
yes.
a few years ago, we did it in our place. We just invited them, in the, basically if you invite them and give them the room, the meeting area, it's going to be like you can have as many as you want in that place to be there, because I think the ASCLD Lab actually wants you to have more inspector, assessor too. So it's kind of the win-win is for both of you. ASCLD Lab wants more assessor, and the laboratory, they want more trained assessors. And those assessors, after sometimes they do not become really assessor because they cannot go for 1 week. They don't want to go for 1 week. That many reasons, and but still they know the recommendation. They know, they will be beneficial to their lab, basically. So
there
if
a
you
temporary
bring them
limit?
here, you can do that.
What is the limit the ASCLD has set?
What was the limit that they gave us?
The
20?
maximum number that they can include in the class right now is 24. That's what the maximum they will do per class. So I believe Anya, who is the training manager, stated that the minimum that they would do was somewhere between 6 and 10, maximum of 24.
I think we'll
but
have-
with the laboratories in Texas, that I feel that could almost become an annual thing because of the sheer number of individuals that would be interested in. They may not do external assessments, but they still can aid in internal assessments within their own laboratory.
Exactly.
So I think what we'll end up with is a higher demand than the maximum, but some folks might not go this year, they could go next year and so forth. And if it works out well and we get a good response, then the commission might choose to allocate another $10,000 when the fiscal year turns or something like that.
So is that you have an amount for us?
$10,000.
I make a motion that we allocate the 10,000. I think this is a pretty important thing.
I second that.
Aye. Nay. It's universal. We'll have to tell Lee though.
I wrote it down. So. Okay, so the next issue, which Dr. Eisenberg was planning to present on, is pretty significant, and it's the last forensic development issue, but I'm going to pass these around to people. Do you need another one? And this is for Dr. Okay. So, just to review briefly in this PowerPoint slide you have, this gives you an update about the Commission's various training initiatives. So what we have current and pending are the Forensic Lab Management, that it's the Leadership Academy that I just talked about. We did the August one last year in Austin, then we had the Fort Worth Academy in February, and then we have one planned in Houston for August. The ASCLD Lab Assessor training we just discussed, the MOU with New York, which will give us the ethics training, the ASCLD Lab Guiding Principles, and Ron Singer's training on cognitive bias. And then we're going to move to other areas too. Those are just the initial ones. The TACLID, we surveyed lab directors, and they gave input on a couple of areas. They would really like to see some quality discipline specific training, and they are interested in getting good certification preparation. So if examiners are going to be expected to take and pass certification exams by ABC, IAI, AFD, the ABFT, all of the certification bodies, they're going to need some education to help them pass those exams, prepare for and pass them. So some of the upcoming items we have are the ethics and bias issues, but the biggest need really is the certification preparation. This is in the right-hand column. What we did when we met as a stakeholder group was we asked the stakeholders for recommendations on how to move forward with certification. A couple of things have happened since then. The TACLID has formed a certification subcommittee that is led by Dr. Howe. They're working with the certification bodies at the national level to figure out where they stand and how to move forward, what recommendations to make, what they're going to do about things like grandfathering and all sorts of stuff. At the same time, another recommendation was that the commission should try to facilitate partnerships with the FEPAC accredited universities to get some of this online training available for examiners. So that's what we're talking about here. Sam Houston currently has in development a really sophisticated web-based curriculum. What they're going to do is focus on drug chemistry and the ABC exam. And what they'll be doing is developing a really sophisticated program that, from what I understand, trains examiners using sample test questions. So they give the examiner questions. The examiner, for example, on his or her lunch break can say, give me 20 minutes worth of questions in this area of the exam. And they'll quiz on those questions, they'll get the result, and they'll have an analysis afterwards so they know which areas of the exam they're strong in, which areas they have weaknesses in. My understanding from, I have never taken one of these exams, but my understanding in talking with Dr. Kerrigan is that there is a broad-based knowledge piece of all of these exams, and that's often where the examiners struggle because they may not have heard those concepts since they were back in like college or graduate chemistry course or something like that. So the universities really need to ramp up and create effective certification training programs. So the proposal that we have here is working with Sam Houston and UNT, and we can add other universities if there are others that are interested, but these are the two sort of pilot programs. So Sam is going to start with drug analysis and UNT with molecular biology because this sort of tracks their areas of specialization. Now Sam Houston has a number of faculty who have expertise in a range of areas, and from toxicology, DNA, all sorts of things. UNT is a little bit more specialized. But the idea is that we would pilot a collaboration with the universities where Sam and UNT would work together to ensure that there's no duplication in their course offerings, that the materials complement each other. And the commission would assist with funding. The universities are obviously investing quite a bit of money. You know, all of the design piece, there's a lot of curriculum design that goes into running these online courses. That's all being done with university resources. What the commission would be contributing toward is funding half of a full-time equivalent faculty member to do the exam questions over the summer. So what we were asking for today, or what the Forensic Development Committee talked about doing, was funding, and I think it's down here at the bottom. This certification sheet, or these are notes that Dr. Kerrigan had prepared. But what she's saying is that the summer personnel costs, including salary and fringe, would be estimated to be $34,879, and that would accelerate the progress and deliver the training at an earlier date. So the approval amount is for funds not to exceed $35,000. The personnel, none of Dr. Kerrigan's not going to get any compensation for this. It's basically this one faculty member whose job it is to write these questions and make sure they're good quality questions that are really going to help examiners get ready for the test. Dr. Eisenberg doesn't feel like his piece of the program that focuses on molecular biology will need any funding until after the turn of the fiscal year. So we're going to wait until the next commission meeting to assess whether any funds should be attributed to that purpose. So right now we'll be starting with the ABC exam focused on drug chemistry, using this model that they've set up. If you look at your budget, it has in there funds. We had, when we distributed this material, $30,000 allocated for the UNT piece of the pilot and $30,000 toward SHSU. We would revise this to make it $35,000 for SHSU and no funds for UNT, at least right now. Probably we won't need them till the fiscal year turns. This is certainly not intended to be limited to those two programs. If there are others who feel like they can contribute and would like, the commission to help support an initiative, we can certainly hear from them. But I think those two universities are furthest along and most prepared to launch this in a sort of short time frame. They believe that they'll be able to get it to beta within about 6 months max. They're going to use DPS examiners to beta test the program to see if DPS examiners who've passed the certification test.
Any content of the curriculum so far?
Not yet.
Just talking about that they are process.
All I know is that they're designed in a way that sort of mirrors, the best way I can describe it is that they're designed to be focused on what the exam requires and to be very analytical in showing the examiner how to best study for the test. So let's say you have a weakness in a particular area, it will then direct you to the resources that you need to go to review to shore up your skills in that area. And then, but I'm not sure, all I know is that the curriculum will cover the course material that ABC expects you to master. But I'm not sure what those subject areas exactly are.
I just wonder if they have talked to Dr. Khan about that. Dr. Khan, Roger Khan, I don't know if you know him or not, he's now the head of the crime lab director at Harris County. He was head of the DNA, and he set up a program very similar for our lab. And he was basically for exactly drug for ABC certification and DNA analysis. And that was, he did the beta testing with our staff, and the staff, they were going through this training with that. And then I guess he was selling it to the other people, very like maybe $200 or something like that per that. And that's exactly what you say. It has a general and a specific and some.
I
I'm
know,
not sure if have
I know
they-
Dr. Kerrigan has talked with
Talked to
Dr.
him
Khan. I'm not
about
sure
that?
to what extent they've talked about course material or anything. I do know that this particular initiative is rooted in the stakeholder
Yes.
recommendations, and the way they're planning to offer it is that this will be free to every single examiner in Texas. Nobody in Texas will have to pay for it. Part of the challenge for Sam Houston, I think, has been figuring out how to manage the security of that. You know, how do you give individual examiners passcodes so that they won't share with their colleagues, say in Arizona or something like that, besides telling them that they're not allowed to. You know, how do you manage that process? So I think that you know, there may be certainly an opportunity for collaboration with Dr. Khan, and certainly learning from him what his experience has been. I
just don't know if, you know, the collaboration or what is that is, but just I know that we did it with, he had the program and we used them, and some of the, I guess HPD used it for some, yeah? They're more for DNA lab, or I do know some of the lab people, they were using it for some, but just, that's something that Dr. Khan maybe should talk with Sarah themselves.
I do think the purpose behind this initiative
is-
would be to
that's
make it sort of more of a
I know.
public,
And-
publicly available and.
And that's,
you know.
that makes it much better available. That's no question about that.
Now, Sam Houston is not a service-oriented program, it's only an educational program. And so I'm not sure about the firearm lab and all the other things they are talking about. I know they have a good toxicology lab and drug lab, but I never heard they had a firearm. Do they have a firearm lab?
I
They
don't,
do,
First
they
of all,
do, they do.
I'm not sure, I think.
Is it a training lab or is it a service lab?
I don't know,
Well,
I
where
think
they have
probably
it.
training.
Well, AFTA has their own continuing education, has their own
Service lab
yeah,
at
no.
all.
certification program.
That's it, everything is training. That's a
I think
university.
that drugs would be first. I think firearms would be farther down on the list of priorities, and I think we'd have a chance to revisit before they went to firearms. The idea is to fund the summer faculty member to focus on controlled substances, to see how it works, and then take it from there.
Yeah, I think firearms also has a 2-year apprenticeship. So it's, you can pass the test and everything,
But you still have to wait.
but you still have to wait, you have to have 2 years for apprenticeship.
That's
I
what
think it might be even 5 years.
I don't know. You realize we met the head of AFTA.
Yeah.
He came to the workshop,
Mm-hmm.
so.
Tim?
Okay.
I just wondered why they wouldn't want to start with a general knowledge exam instead of a specialty exam.
Well, they're gonna do general knowledge too. I'm sorry, I should have been clear about that. They're going to do general knowledge and,
Okay, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
specialties that don't include, there's a lot of disciplines that ABC or there is no certification program for. And at the very least, nationally, you could take the general knowledge exam for ABC. So.
yeah, it's listed on here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm doing the best I can. Dr. Kerrigan was gonna present, and then Dr. Eisenberg was gonna present, and so now I'm like the third wheel.
Perfect.
Triphasic
You did
approach.
You did really
So
good.
I think what we would need is a vote to approve the allocation to start the project, and then we can sort of come back around in July and ask for a more detailed update, and I think at that point, Dr. Kerrigan would be in a good position to give that.
35K.
35.
Someone make the motion?
I make a motion that we fund Sam Houston 35K for the program.
Okay.
I second it.
Aye? Nay?
Okay. I think that's all we have for forensic development that I'm just looking. Yep, that is it. And so I think that rounds everything out.
Yeah, well, we get down to, well, public comment?
Oh, yeah, public comment.
Yeah, I know that.
Anybody?
No, we need to.
No public comment? Okay.
Jeff
What
has no
else is
public
there?
comment?
Yeah.
or
Jeff
Jeff
left.
They already
Usually
did
has a
the
comment.
That's how you know he's not here.
They already did the
Schedule location?
Mark Martinez present?
Mhm.
I missed that.
I don't know.
I don't even.
He did when I was, yeah, Mike.
What?
talked. She asked if Mike presented on hair, but he did.
Did he do that?
Mhm.
Oh, I missed that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
Meeting? Like,
July dates.
Typically, we meet in July.
Next meeting, usually meet in July. The 4th is that first Friday, so that one's out.
yeah, I can think about it, yeah.
So then it's 11, 18, or 25th. So you guys wanna look at your calendar.
July is a vacation month.
July's very hard.
How about the last one?
We could
How about
push
the
it to
first?
August, too.
August 1st.
Yeah.
July 1st.
You want to try August 1st?
August 1st was fine.
That would be the first Friday I have free.
Okay.
Well, I don't know at this time, but I could
Can we
agree.
tentatively say that, and then y'all call us and say why we shouldn't pick
We gotta check with the ones that aren't here anyways.
Okay.
All right, so tentatively, we're August 1st.
The
and
first.
we just keep
You're-
the same items on the agenda. We'll circulate it. If people have comments, they can
Yeah.
provide.
Meeting's still here, though.
What?
Meeting's still here in this one.
Hopefully, it
We could
depends.
do it in Fort Worth.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, we like to have it at this hotel,
Five.
but it depends.
We have
Dallas,
5.
Fort Worth area.
Actually,
What?
5.
Five,
Same time that you come
Five
to
people.
Houston,
1, 2,
just
3,
do
4,
it.
5. Saves a
Well-
lot of money.
It's up to y'all. If you want to have the meeting and
That requires.
It requires
certain
a
people to-
vote.
The staff to.
Can we do it at your office?
Sure, I'm Brian in your office.
Not with the dead.
Dr. DeMaio, it's sort of your call. Do you want to try to do one in North Texas? There are 5 of the 9 are
In
the
Fort
Dallas,
Worth?
Fort Worth area, yeah.
If we do in downtown Fort Worth, it's nice. Because we
Your
got to get a
office.
hotel for the people who don't
I
live
live in hotels in downtown
A lot
Fort
of
Worth.
great hotels, the best in the country.
So,
Oh, now you're going out there.
That's a little bit.
no, if you want to go to best in the country, you go to San Antonio.
So,
You want to
can
try?
we need a vote, though, because we had voted to hold meetings in
I make a
Austin.
motion, the next meeting should be held in Fort Worth.
I'll second. Don't we have to recuse ourselves from these folks?
No, that's
No.
the only.
Yeah, if you all do, then that means you don't get
We
anything.
don't have a quorum anymore.
So you think, well, why don't we let Lee explore it?
It also depends on where they have the space available. I'll have to call different hotels. to
Check
see.
the working,
So let's,
the Omni.
the
They have
vote,
Omni downtown Fort Worth.
They do, but they
Why don't we
usually,
agree
that
on the
Omni
date?
is the nicest.
It's
Omni.
beautiful.
I mean, they usually don't offer the state rates.
But we can
for us,
try.
But we can definitely try.
Which one's that?
the Omni
Yeah,
Fort Worth. Well, I guess the vote would be to instruct the staff
To
to,
explore the
To explore it.
possibilities.
yeah, and that we will have the meeting in Fort Worth if logistics allow.
Okay.
If not, we will have it here.
A motion?
I so move.
Second?
I second.
Aye? Nay?
August 1st. Okay.
If you have a problem, let me know. We know a few people in.
I'm sure.
Just call and tell them. Do you want to take a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I move.
Second? Vote? Unanimous, aye.